I'd like to call this regular council meeting to order. Would you all please rise for the invocation?
We meet to serve our community and endeavor to be worthy custodians of all that has been entrusted to us. Let us be concerned only for what will promote good government. May we bring to our council chamber minds that think and hearts that feel, so that in our deliberations we may display imagination, wisdom, and courage, and the will to do our work for the good of all.
Madam Clerk, the roll call.
All members of council are present, Your Worship.
Thank you. We have an addendum this evening. There are several items. The first, an additional presentation and delegation by Casey Bruins on behalf of the Ridgeway Lions Club. We have the addition of the Transit Advisory Committee minutes for April the 26th under boards and committee minutes. We also have under consent agendas a deletion of the Waverly Beach Ad Hoc Committee minutes for June 1st, 2018. And then we have, wasn't there the addition of a bylaw, Madam Clerk? That's a different addendum? Okay, and there's an addition of a bylaw which will, which relates to an FCM grant, and that will move the confirmatory bylaw to number 85. Just three very brief announcements. We don't meet again until July the 9th. So between now and then, there is Canada Day, which is taking place, of course, on July the 1st. And there are some activities in town, including fireworks at the bottom of Beatrice Street at Lakeshore Road, starting at 10 o'clock. Earlier in the day, between 4 and 8 p.m., Ridgeway Legion is holding a Summer Breezes concert, and that's at 228 South Mill Street. Flag Day, people are being asked to decorate their homes with as many Canadian flags as possible. This is something that's been going on now in this town for the last few years. So please, on Canada Day, July the 1st, put out as many Canadian flags as you can possibly muster. Ridgeway Festival, Summer Festival, takes place July 7th and 8th, which is the weekend after Canada Day. And June the 20th is World Refugee Day. There is an event in Fort Erie. This year's theme is Becoming Neighbors. Blue lights will be turned on the Peace Bridge from dusk until 1 a.m. And there is a reception at the Peace Bridge Newcomer Center at 80 Queen Street from 10:30 until noon. There's also a walk that takes place. And finally, Indigenous Day is on Thursday, June the 21st of this week. And there will be some activities involving the Fort Erie Native Friendship Center on that date. Those are the announcements. Are there any disclosures of pecuniary interest? There being none, there are no notices of upcoming public meetings. That takes us to the Regional Councilor's report. Good evening, Councilor Nunziata.
Your Worship, members of the Council, members in the gallery. I'll try to be brief. I understand you do have a pretty heavy agenda this evening. I'll start off with a report that this council has been waiting in anticipation for, and that's phase 2 of the audit of the CIP programs that the region does offer. That report did go to audit committee this afternoon, and it will be tabled at Planning and Economic Development next week. In that audit report are some recommendations, understanding that the town of Fort Erie has done an incredible job of making sure that it's open, it's transparent, and there's value in those CIP programs. We will be advocating as hard as we can to make sure that those CIPs are left intact. And I think we have the support of our colleagues around the table as well. As you know, any program that's up for renewal every 4 years should have a robust process to it as far as internal controls, just to see if you're getting value for your money with respect to those programs. So we've gone through that exercise. We have some recommendations coming forward, and we'll see if we can strengthen those programs. Of concern to this council is ROPA 13, which is the proposed regional official plan amendment with respect to cycling and bicycling. Now, there's some recommendations coming from the Active Transportation Committee, understanding that Fort Erie is a hotbed for cycling, and we are improving our infrastructure on a regular basis to coordinate with the needs of the cycling community. This is an excellent opportunity to put those changes to the official plan amendment that recognizes the importance of cycling in our community. So just to keep that on your radar, as that is coming up very shortly. The 2019 budget process has started in earnest. This past week, we did meet for the first time as a committee, as a budget committee, and we set guidance at 1.5%. Forecasted assessment growth is 1.9%. So this last edition of Regional Council has done an excellent job of maintaining the overall tax rate under the cost of inflation, and the guidance is no different this time around as we've set it at 1.5%. I guess the biggest challenge is how do you fund $1.1 billion in programs, services, and infrastructure, and how do you divvy that up? So that's going to be the challenge moving forward. In planning and economic development, we have two very, very important reports coming forward. One is on our global attraction, and one is on our partnership with Brock University and Niagara College. Excited about those two partnerships, and understanding that we want to make our mark in the region as far as global attractiveness goes, as far as immigration goes, and making sure that we're on a very well forecasted plan to reap the benefits of that global attraction plan that we have in place. Coming up, we do have some issues that we will be discussing at AMO. Now, AMO is the Association of Municipalities of Ontario. Of concern to this council, we will be discussing GO Transit, we will be discussing the opioid crisis, we will be discussing enhanced driver's license to make it easier to cross the bridge, we will be discussing single sport gaming to enhance possibly our own Fort Erie racetrack, but some big issues coming up, and we're hoping that the provincial government will be very receptive to our needs. That's it for now, Your Worship. I'll leave it up to questions and comments from colleagues.
Thank you very much, Councillor Annunziata. Do any members of council have any questions? Councillor Butler.
Thank you, Your Worship. Councillor, how are you this evening?
Very good, thank you.
Good. I have a question for you. I was in a meeting earlier this evening for CIP approval for a member of our constituent in Ridgeway. And I understand that the consultants that were hired by the region to look at programs and see which programs should be wound down is considering the CIP program. How are you going to be representing our community in ensuring that that doesn't happen?
Well, just for clarification, this was an internal audit that we did, and basically it was to rationalize the programs that we do offer. So right now, total grant programs is roughly $8.7 million that the region offers. Under the SNP and under the Niagara Investment in Culture, that's roughly about $884,000. So we have to find a way to make sure that those programs remain intact. Understanding it's a very objective process. We like to see value. This council and staff here at the town of Fort Erie are leading the pack when it comes to making sure that the deliverables are measured, the outcomes are very clear, and you can see the leverage dollars that go into the regional dollars that are tacked on. So I have no doubt that we will be successful in maintaining a large portion of those programs. I know a lot of colleagues around the region feel the exact same way. They have been instrumental and crucial in revitalizing downtowns, public corridors. So there is value there. We just have to see how we move forward under these recommendations, and that's something we'll be discussing with colleagues next Wednesday at Planning and Economic Development.
The answer was he's very supportive of the continuation of the program.
Great.
That's the diplomatic answer.
And that's great. Just a follow-up question, if I may, Your Worship.
course.
Through you to Councillor Annunziata. You mentioned that it's an $8.7 million rationalization for the intro audit. Do they have an idea of where they'd like that money funded to go, like to fund what? Is it for the GO Transit? Is that the whole idea, is to find the money to be able to support that?
No. So let's not conflate those two issues. This council has done a wonderful job, and staff at the region have done a wonderful job of making sure that money has been allocated to making sure that we are GO ready. Right now, 3 master plans have been created, and very shortly we're going to be seeing the blueprints from all 3 of those GO stations, the one in Grimsby, one in St. Catharines, and one in Niagara Falls. Those secondary plans have been completed. So make no mistake, this money is not to be commingled with the investments that we've made towards GO. Ultimately, we see a partnership there that if we want to improve transportation corridors and we want walkable neighborhoods, these investments that we make in our downtown cores and along our public corridors are certainly, a part of that. So no, it's not about grabbing money from this pot and putting it into that pot. That's not the intention at all.
Okay, thank you. I'm happy with that. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other councilors? Councilor Luberts. I'm sorry.
Yes, thank you very much, Mayor Redekop. Councilor Nunziata, I received an email this week, and a constituent was concerned about the fact that the Niagara Region Health Department is not monitoring the water quality at Waverly Beach anymore. And I'm wondering if maybe yourself and could talk with the region and ask why, and if we could have it reinstated. I think it's important that Waverly Beach water quality is monitored. It's the same as any other public beach.
Okay, so I'll take that concern forward. I don't have an answer for you right now, but certainly at Public Health, we'll raise that issue with respect to beach testing and water quality testing at Waverly Beach.
Correct. Councilor Luberts, I've made a note of that since you mentioned that, and I did get the same email, so I was surprised at that, but I will raise it next week at the Public Health Committee meeting.
I thought this would be a good time. I've been told that there's some residents in Fort Erie that have not had their garbage picked up. Emterra has confirmed that due to a couple of reasons, the heat, labor shortage, it won't be picked up till tomorrow. So if you're one of those residents that is supposed to have garbage collection today, it will be picked up tomorrow, according to the email I have.
Thank you. Councilor Luberts, anything further? Councilor Nutt, and then Councilor Pacero. Okay, Councilor Pacero.
Thank you, Your Worship. Just to comment on the Waverly Beach testing and sampling issue, this was discussed last month at our Waverly Beach Ad Hoc Committee meeting. We were in receipt of the information. So Councilor Nunziata, if you could touch base with our Manager of Parks and Facilities, Sean Hutton. He's on the case and was reaching out. We did receive to the committee the rationale, which we understand but disagree with, so he was going to take up the case to get additional information. So it was brought forward. The committee is aware of it, but if you could follow up with Mr. Hutton and make some traction on your end, that would be great.
I will do that. Thank you, Councilor.
Thank you.
Thank you, Your Worship. Through you to the regional councillor. There's two items. First, can we tackle the garbage one since you just brought it up? This is not the first time that garbage pickup has been delayed, and there always seems to be a labor shortage. Are there contractual penalties when Emterra fails to meet their service level agreement?
There are penalties in place. Again, we negotiate those terms. I think it's on a 7-year cycle. Understanding that Emterra did go through a stretch, and I will give Emterra credit. They were fully transparent and fully open in admitting that there were some shortcomings with their operations. They've since corrected those programs. But moving forward, the level of service that residents expect and deserve, it can't be compromised. And as a regional councillor, we hold Emterra to account. And to their credit, that they've lived up to their end of the bargain up to this point. But if they can't do it, certainly there are ramifications moving forward, whether it's contract renewal, whether it's penalties, whether it's rebate programs, anything at our disposal.
Yeah, I just wanted to make sure that the citizens here are protected because a couple weeks ago, this incident happened in my constituents. It was brought up to myself. Very noticeable. I had passed it along to Mr. Walsh, and I believe I did contact you as well. You did confirm that it was picked up the next day. But it's really about the value of the money. And Emterra is not really living up to their end when it comes to service level agreements. The second thing
Councilor Nutt, just before you go,
Sorry, go ahead.
This has been an issue of some significant debate earlier in the year at the Regional Council because there were a lot of problems, and there are some stringent measures with respect to monitoring of their work, so that I'm not sure exactly what the problem was today, but that's something that will be reviewed, I'm sure, at Public Works next week.
Thank you, Your Worship. Through you to the regional councillor. In your AMO presentations, you talked about your opioid strategy. Is that going to include safe injection sites in Niagara?
As you recall, I did mention some of the initiatives that the region and public health is undertaking. I'm not quite sure what the appetite is for safe injection sites. If we look at our lower tier municipalities, I think that's where the decision should be made. As a regional body, I really utilize the deference model. I know St. Catharines Council has opted to move forward with a safe injection site, but again, I leave that up to this council to actually provide direction if that is the wishes of the residents. So again, I'm not one of those individuals that would impose anything on a community without their explicit consent.
Councillor Nutt?
Thank you, Your Worship. It's just that it's a concern with keeping needles out of parks and public areas, obviously, but there are other preventive measures that a safe injection site also affords a community. It assists in stopping a disease, et cetera. So I agree St. Catharines does have an appetite for it and they are pushing for it. I was just wondering if that was going to be part of the discussions as part of your opioid strategy from a regional perspective, so kind of a high-level macro. Thank you very much. That's everything.
Thank you. Any other councillors? Thank you very much, Councillor Nunziata.
You're welcome.
That then takes us to the first presentation, and that's by James Brennan from Grant Thornton. This is with respect to the 2017 audited financial report. I've been eagerly anticipating this.
Always impressed by the large crowd it draws.
There's a lot of people that are interested in money.
So our report is unqualified reporting. Guys, consolidated statement of financial statement of operations. Accordance with Canadian public sector. Our responsibility is to express opinion on the consolidated finance. Conducted our audit in accordance with Canadian general. Require, comply with ethical requirements. All note the amounts and disclosure. Of the consolidated financial statement.
An audit also includes evaluating the appropriateness of the accounting policies used and the reasonableness of the accounting estimates made by management, as well as evaluating the overall presentation of the financial statements. We believe that the audit evidence we obtained is sufficient and appropriate to provide a basis of our audit opinion. And in our opinion, the consolidated financial statements present fairly in all material respects the consolidated financial position of the Corporation of Town of Fort Erie as at December 31st, 2017, and the results of its operations, changes in net financial assets, and cash flows for the year then ended in accordance with Canadian public sector accounting standards. The report's dated May 22nd, 2018, and duly signed by Grant Thornton LLP.
Thank you very much, Mr. Brennan. Good news, I think, all around.
So Sorry?
Good news all around.
Yes, it is.
Thank you. Any members of council have any questions of Mr. Brennan? Thank you very much. Once again, you've dazzled us.
And I
Good. Thank you very much. We appreciate that. That then takes us to our next delegation, and that's Fred Lowe's, the principal of Greater Fort Erie Secondary School. Good evening, Mr. Lowe's.
Town Council for having Greater Fort Erie Secondary School here this evening to be recognized on two amazing fronts. First, our students who competed successfully at our DSBN and provincial skills competitions. And second, I'll speak about our students that brought home provincial gold for Special Olympics United Specialized School to Community Soccer. So for skills, we have numerous opportunities at Greater Fort Erie Secondary for our young learners in the technological studies. We have culinary arts, headed up by Mr. Cavani, who's here this evening with us. We have a healthcare program, transportation automotive program, manufacturing program, which is partnered with Aerosafe Technologies. We have construction program, electrical, design technology, communications technology, hairstyling and aesthetics, and also computer technology. Our students then take what they've learned at Greater Fort Erie Secondary and compete at the District School Board of Niagara skills competitions, Skills Ontario, and Skills Canada. This year we had numerous students compete at DSBN Skills. Many here this evening medaled, with Bailey Airy receiving gold at the regional level and bronze at provincials. Add to this the following achievements: Sabrina Carlson, the bronze medal at DSBN competition, Gracie Kohinski with the bronze medal, Kara Bateman with a silver medal, and Randy Giroux with a silver medal. Congratulations to all of our students with their skills competition success this year, and we look forward to future success next year and beyond. Our United Specialized School to Community provincial gold medal winners are here this evening in soccer. They had gone to Peterborough to compete for a couple days, and when we heard this amazing news that they medaled, it's not always about winning, but when you do, it's always kind of nice. But when we heard that they won the gold medal and their coach bus was on the way back to the town of Fort Erie, the timing worked out perfectly. Coach Sandy D'Amelio and I were texting back and forth, and we figured they would be pulling into the parking lot in front of the high school at about 2:05. So we hurriedly got all of our students, all 850 and about 80 faculty, another individual dressed as in our mascot, the Griffin, to give our busload of champions the warm welcome that they deserved. And it was a memory that I think they will take with them throughout their lives, but I think every student and every faculty member at Greater Fort Erie Secondary School will take that memory with them as well. Our players are here this evening consist of Lucas Shawana, Jordan Feldkamp, Lonnie Hanlon, Sean Robertson, Nikki Eves, Noah McCracken, Alyssa Bain, Justin Nickerson, Shanice Wetlaufer, and Hannah Muleboom. And our coaches, Mike Schumacher and Sandy D'Amelio, are here as well. So congratulations to our provincial gold medal winners, as well as our folks that are here that competed at the DSBN skills competition, and Bailey, who competed at the provincial skills competition. Congratulations, everyone.
Mr. Lowe's, we have some certificates that we would like to present to the students. I know that Mr. Kevani has been very active with respect to the culinary program and is a very proud part of that team. But I'd like to ask Councillor Butler and Councillor Zanko if they would come down and help me hand those out. And MPP Wayne Gates is also here. He can come down at the same time. soccer team, I'll call Alyssa Amy. Come on. You have a certificate? Okay, good enough. Okay. Congratulations. Maybe we'll get a group photo. Jordan Feldkamp. And I should say that these certificates are presented on behalf of the municipal council and all of the residents of the town of Fort Erie, and we recognize and congratulate each recipient of the certificate. In this particular case, it's the Specialized School to Community Griffin soccer team who were the provincial gold champions. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Did you get your pin? Did you get a pin? Lonnie Hamlin. Noah McCracken. Oh, here. Hannah Juleboom. Dustin Nickerson. Sean Robertson. Okay. So can we give that to you, and Lucas Shawana as well? She's here. Problem with mixing provincial politics. It's right. Shanice Wetwasser. Sadie D'Amelio, coach.
You got a closer picture? Yeah. Thank you. Thank you. That's an honor. Thank you. Thank you.
We'll get a group. Mike Schumacher, coach.
Got a pose for a picture?
Look at that tie.
Thank you very much.
Okay.
Yes, I know it's true.
What do you mean Schumacher? What do you? They had a tough game. We still have two more. So why don't we get all of the team up here? We can take a group photo. And see if you need to get up here too. And the counselors can come in, and Wayne, you can come in. Get the principal in here. You get to keep that.
Thank you very much. Oh, yeah, brilliant.
So you guys come on in. You guys at the back.
There you go.
All right, everyone looking right here for one. Perfect. See how those pictures turned out?
Oh, I hope so.
Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, so now the competition, this is Bailey Airy. Congratulations, and there's a certificate as well from Ron Gates.
Congratulations. Thank you. Oh, thank you. Congratulations. Thank you.
No, we're gonna stand right here. Take a picture.
I think everyone just shift more to the middle, and Fred, are you gonna jump in the photo, or?
Yeah.
We're gonna climb here.
Yeah, I'm good.
You good?
I'm good. I can peek my face through here. It's like photo bombing. Yeah.
Congratulations. Thank you.
Well done. Tara Bateman. Congratulations. You get to keep those. Yeah. Well done. Sabrina Carlson. Congratulations, Sabrina.
Congratulations.
And Gracie Kohinski. Congratulations. You want to get the group together, Ashley? Sure. Want to get the group? Yeah. Okay, ladies.
You okay, Wayne?
There you go.
Okay, we have a long evening ahead of us, and it's not mandatory that the students remain, but if they wish, for sure, they can get a little bit of an idea of how local government operates. Our next... I'm sure that was inspirational. Okay, that takes us to the next delegation, which is Dave Hayworth, here on behalf of the region. Greetings, Dave.
Good evening, Your Worship,
I liked it
members.
better when you were from the town.
Thanks.
It's nice to have you back.
Thank you. Okay, thank you. Good evening, Your Worship, members of council, staff, and the public in the gallery. It's a pleasure to be back here on a personal note before you and see everybody. But also, it's very nice to come and speak to our municipal partners on the regional official plan. Go to slideshow.
Here?
Yeah, slideshow, yeah.
Do you know how to run it from here?
Yeah, and then from beginning.
You want there? It's not timed or anything.
No, okay.
You can just hit that or spacebar will take your phone.
Okay, thanks. What I'd like to do, we've been going around to all the local municipalities to talk about the official plan, kind of a high-level process and framework, and we want to keep our municipal partners informed. We've been working quite a bit with the area planners, and this is part of our process to come before the decision-making bodies through the process. Why a new official plan? Originally, the role of regional planning and the content of the regional official plan primarily focused on protecting agricultural lands and establishing urban settlement boundaries. And over the years, the planning portfolio of the region increased, partly because of changes from provincial planning and the umbrella of the planning system. And the amendments were always built on the same platform, which has gradually become more outdated. So what we want to do now is update or create a new official plan that is comprehensive and reflects the current planning system that's before us, which is very complex to a degree and very comprehensive. The region allocated resources in 2016, staff resources to complete a new official plan. On July 5th, we'll be holding a special meeting of council to hear how the public visions Niagara growing and developing. People, we've advertised in all the local newspapers, et cetera, and people can come and talk about how they see what they want to see in a new official plan, if there should be a new official plan, if it should be status quo, et cetera. It's a very high-level initiation stage required under the Planning Act. And there will be numerous opportunities for public input, agency input, et cetera, as we move through the process. In the meantime, the region, with the input of area planners, has been framing required priority background studies to inform the new official plan, which I'll start talking about now. The preliminary objectives that we've developed is to promote and achieve great development outcomes that contribute to complete community solutions and a quality urban experience, facilitate opportunities for economic growth, protect regional and natural and agricultural resources, and adequately respond to the challenges of climate change, provide clear policy direction where necessary and discretion where appropriate, address provincial requirements, regional mandate matters, and provide guidance to local area municipalities. And the new official plan will be processed under Section 26 of the Planning Act. You're probably aware of the Regional Municipal Comprehensive Review, which it started some time ago, and it primarily previously was related to growth management. And now the Municipal Comprehensive Review includes the growth management program, but it also includes the other aspects of the official plan. And the province looks at them in a comprehensive manner in terms of natural heritage, agriculture, climate change, et cetera. So what we're doing is completing priority background studies, which I'm going to talk about, which will inform the official plan in terms of drafting policies. And then the draft policy sections will be endorsed by council, put together as a package, and then the council will formally adopt the regional official plan. So I talked a bit about how we're going to involve agencies and the public through the process. So from a high-level perspective, every background report will have the collection of background and the Findings will have public input and inform the public and agencies, et cetera, on the findings of the background material. We'll develop options. The options will have input on at the options stage. We'll develop recommendations from the options. We'll have input at that stage, and then we'll do policy development, and of course, that'll have input as well. In terms of the priority background studies, you can see this portrayed as pieces of a puzzle, and that's because one section fits and influences another section. They all relate to each other, and they're all comprehensive. So from a growth management program, we have the land needs assessment or land budget, urban structure, housing strategy, employment lands, and then under natural systems, agriculture, aggregate, climate change, and natural environment. And these are the priority ones we're moving on now. We've done a lot of work on waste management previously and on transportation. So those will be key sections of the plan as well. But in terms of the work we need to do to inform the official plan, these are what we're working on now. So under growth management program, we have the land needs assessment. It's the amount of developable urban land needed for residential and employment purposes to 2041. We want to identify any excess lands. Excess lands will need to be designated for development post-2041. And we're looking at, the province requires a greenfield targets of 80 people and jobs per hectare under the growth plan, but does allow for consideration of alternative targets if it can be justified. So we're looking into that now as part of the land needs assessment process. The opportunity to rationalize urban area boundaries and ensure that sufficient lands are in the proper location to accommodate growth. And urban expansions can take place even if there are excess lands, provided there is a de-designation of lands. For employment land strategy, we want to ensure sufficient and marketable supply for traditional industrial employment, identify regional employment areas, areas of business and economic activity for long-term employment development, which are to be protected from conversion. The region is currently working with local municipalities, specifically area planners at this stage. And this project will also be informed by the region's annual employment inventory. In terms of urban structure, the urban structure is a significant component for the region to achieve an eventual 60% intensification rate under the growth plan while protecting established neighborhoods. There's an identifying of a hierarchy of settlement areas, and there's also the important part within the settlement areas to identify strategic regional intensification areas to direct growth to areas best served by transit, public works, and community infrastructure and services. And then we have to assign population and density accordingly. To give you an idea, I mean, this is draft and preliminary higher level components of a urban structure. We've had some discussions with area planners, but it's very preliminary. Downtown St. Catharines Urban Growth Center, which is provincially recognized, downtown Niagara Falls and downtown Welland emerging urban centers, major GO transit station areas that the secondary plans have been completed for, other regional growth areas. An example of that would be the Brock District Plan area where the region completed a district plan and is looking at a regional plan amendment to put that in the regional plan now. And then regional corridors, preferably ones that traverse and connect different urban communities where we could have intensification and are served by transit, et cetera. And then local centers and local corridors that can be identified in the local official plans. The other component of the growth management is the housing strategy. We want to promote an appropriate range and mix of housing forms, promote choice, aging in place opportunities, and affordability, set affordable ownership and rental housing targets, identify tools to support affordable housing, align with the Housing and Homelessness Action Plan, and support complete communities. That completes the growth management program component, the background studies for that. For the rural and natural systems management programs, we have agriculture, natural environment, aggregate resources, and climate change. Under the agricultural framework, we want to recognize agriculture as a primary driver, protect the unique lands, update specific policies such as agricultural-related and on-farm diversified uses. And area planners gave us some excellent input regarding viability of certain agricultural lands, refinement to the province's agricultural systems mapping, how wineries are addressed in the escarpment plan, and province's permitted use guidelines, importance of the agricultural impact assessment, importance of compatibility between the regional natural heritage system and agricultural system, and concerns about use of greenhouses for cannabis. Under natural environment and water systems planning, this will be a significant component of the regional official plan because natural heritage and agriculture, in a sense, define where you can develop and grow. It is recognized that the accurate mapping and appropriate methods to interpret and update mapping is critical and is planned to be discussed early. Establish criteria and identify features for provincial compliance, develop watershed planning policy framework, specific topics for consideration, offsetting, shorelines, watercourse mapping, just for discussion. And education is a priority component of the engagement process, particularly with respect to natural heritage. What I can say is, out of a lot of discussions we've had with area planners, the mapping and the watershed planning components are going to be brought out early as discussion papers so that we can get to those issues early on in the process. Under about 2 more minutes. Under aggregate resources, basically we want, most of the work has been completed under previous work that was started under Imagine Niagara, and the technical addendums have been recently completed and gone through regional council, so we will be developing policies. That's the next stage for aggregate resources. Climate change, what you can see is all the different components that impact climate change, and much of what the growth plan is all about and the components of the growth plan relate to climate change. So we'll be looking at those. Engagement process considerations, we're going to engage Indigenous people early. All the notifications just gone out to them to meet with them. Carry forward essential information and direction. A clear understanding that one policy decision impacts another. Opportunities for council members to feel involved. Consideration and identification of the regional mandate through the process. Broad-based and personal consultation, and provide strategic facilitation where necessary. And moving forward, we're obviously complying with the requirements of the Planning Act, but we're going well beyond that in terms of consultation. We want to present to local councils and highlight the approach and invite involvement. We had a lot of good input under Imagine Niagara, which was the project for growth to 2031. We're now dealing with 2041, but it's quite relevant, and so we'll be using that to theme topics for consultation, et cetera, and consider that in the process. And we're going to complete the official plan in sections for endorsement and consolidate the endorsed sections for adoption. And we're looking at completing by 2021. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Hayworth. Do any members of council have any questions? Councillor Nutt.
Thank you, Your Worship. Through you to Mr. Hayward. Thank you for your presentation. It's nice to see you back in the town of Fort Erie. I just have a couple questions. First, when you spoke to the mapping, is that going to be boots on the ground mapping, or how exactly is the region planning on executing that mapping when it comes to the resources, the aquifers, things like that?
Well, that will be decided early on in the process. One of the first things in the discussion paper is one of the first things in the background study process is a discussion paper on the mapping issue and the reliability, et cetera. So how much ground truthing there is, that will come out of the discussion paper. I don't want to try and guess at that at this point in time. It's been raised as an issue about the accuracy of the mapping. We've had discussions with other regions. Not many other regions aren't ground truthing the mapping, but we'll have to discuss with the consultant firm hired to do the project the types of methods that you could use to perhaps spot check. There could be hot spot areas, et cetera, but we'll have to look into that further.
Thank you, Mr. Hayward. I hope as a former employee of the town of Fort Erie that the town can count on you, understandably, that we were stung during the PSW designation, and I'm hoping that that doesn't repeat itself in this exercise. My other question, you talked about delisting of lands within urban boundaries in some areas and additions to others. I'm assuming that you're talking at a macro level for the region, so potential impact there is that if Lincoln or Grimsby need a GO station and that land's not currently in the urban boundary, is there potential for Fort Erie to lose out on some of its land that's already designated in the urban boundary as developable to accommodate those types of situations?
Mr. Hayworth.
The one thing we want to do is try and work out the establishment of some criteria for to consider urban boundary expansions and de-designation. There's a variety of material we've been waiting on from the province, and one is guidance material for land needs assessment, which has come out and we've been providing comments on, but that guidance material is doesn't provide a lot of guidance on those particular issues. So that's one thing that we have to do is work out some criteria, which we will do and involve area planners and get some input, and then obviously it will be something regional council would endorse.
Thank you very much, Mr. Hayward.
Any other councillors? Councillor Butler.
Thank you, Your Worship, through you to Mr. Hayward. Nice seeing you again as well.
Thank you.
Just wanted to ask you a question with respect to the housing strategy. You mentioned that the strategy was to hone in on affordability, but you didn't talk about the spectrum of those individuals that would be involved in that. So from the homeless to, you know, the retirees, and obviously this council has been very active in trying to get a program started with respect to that and tie into what the region has. My question is, what is the region going to be actually honing in on themselves? Is it going to be homelessness? Is it going to be new homeowners? Is it going to be for retirement purposes?
Yeah, there's two components, I would say, through your worship to the councillor, there's two components. What we have to do for our official plan, which is affordability targets, the tools that you could use to help achieve affordability from a planning perspective, and then align with the homelessness and action plan that the other divisions of the region basically are working on, and they're updating that now. So that's where the alignment is, and there's a lot of elements of providing affordable housing that are more program-based, that aren't really a land use policy-based, but we're trying to coordinate that right now. So we can deal with those. And, you know, even the age-in-place opportunities and housing affordability for seniors, et cetera, those are all components that we have to look at.
Councillor Butler.
Thank you, Your Worship. One last question. Are you going to be, once this program is developed, are you going to be formalizing a committee that will assist in the planning of the measures that you'll be taking for affordable housing?
I can take that back, and we were looking at more of a technical committee, but I can take a look at how we're going to open that up. Like I said, there's two components, and one is the other divisions of the region that are working on the homeless and action plan, so I can check into that and get back to you on that.
Thank you. I appreciate that. I think it's really important to have a member of the municipality on that board so that we can direct our own problems and objectives.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Butler. Councilor Passero?
Thank you, Worship. Thank you, Mr. Hayworth. Nice to see you again.
Nice to see you.
Previously
Thank you.
mentioned. You spoke about the timeline, so looking at the next 2.5 to 3 years for
Right.
completion. One of the slides that showed kind of the overarching objectives spoke to regional corridors and areas forecasted for municipal growth, whether it's residentially or commercially. And one of those areas that's been a hot topic lately in these chambers has been the Gorham Road corridor, given some potential significant commercial growth, the institution of some new gas station facilities, drive-through restaurants. Are there opportunities as this plan proceeds forward in the planning to update regional council? And my question specifically is, are there opportunities over the next 2.5 to 3 years before final completion where what you discover maybe in the next 6, 8, or 10 months has an opportunity to influence some regional decisions? We're hoping that we don't have to wait till this formalizes in 3 years to start making some decisions that we know based on the information we currently have. How can we use this document in the short term to influence some capital decision?
Well, I would say that, under the existing regional plan, there's general policies that would allude to using regional roads for intensification, et cetera. From a comprehensive perspective in developing this, we have our time frame and we're trying to move things comprehensively along, and you can see all the different elements that we have to address at the same time. So where you have your corridors now, you would basically, until the regional official plan is done, the planning that you fall under is your local official plan and the current regional policies.
Okay, so no opportunity to use anything that might be garnered through this process until its completion. We have to rely on what's currently in standing.
Well, I think it depends on the framework of what you're going to put together amendment-wise, et cetera.
Okay.
We'd have to look at it.
Okay, thank you, Dave.
Any other councilors? Back to you, Councilor Knock.
Thank you, Your Worship. I just have one more question for Mr. Hayward. You said that there's going to be a public consultation. Is it going to be held in the same manner that the transit public meetings were held? I know that those meetings were held in the communities, or is it just that the people will have to come to the Niagara Region headquarters?
For this particular one, it's got to be in front of regional council. That's the legislative requirement for it to be in front of regional council. So, but that doesn't mean that over the next while we won't be coming and doing some outreach in the northern municipalities, central municipality, just to say, this is what we're doing. Do you have any comments on it at this point in time?
Thank you very much for clarifying.
And before you go, Mr. Hayworth, I just had a question. The town of Fort Erie has, through the Economic Development Corporation, prepared and filed with the region an industrial land development strategy. And I'm sure you've got that, and I'm sure you're familiar with that, because that speaks to the issue of delisting some properties within the urban boundary and expanding the urban boundary
Right.
to provide for additional industrial lands. Are there other municipalities that are doing something similar?
Yeah, there are municipalities that are doing employment land strategies, and there are municipalities that are looking at and doing work on looking to expand their urban boundaries. There's background studies required, et cetera, but they're doing it at a risk. And the risk is, in a sense, you can expand your boundaries if there aren't sufficient lands, or you can expand your boundaries if there's a rationalization of lands, if you have excess lands post-Greenfield 2041. But that comes with a risk in the sense that all the issue of de-designation would have to be worked out.
Right, and the urban boundary expansions go through the region.
Right.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Hayworth. It was nice to have you here, and very interesting information for us.
Thank you. And I just want to note, we have Brian Dick from the region in attendance. He's our acting manager of long-range planning, and he's involved in a lot of the growth management work, and he's been here for observation purposes.
Good.
Thank you.
Thank you. That then takes us to our next delegation, Mr. Lee White from the Quartech Group. Good evening, Mr. White.
Good evening. Thanks very much for having me tonight. Okay, thanks very much. It's truly a great pleasure to be here, Mayor and Council, dealing with a matter that's true to my own heart, the Bridgeburg neighborhood. I was on the BIA for 10 years myself, and also was involved in the preparation of the Bridgeburg neighborhood plan about 10 years ago now. So the BIA and the town have partnered to prepare a streetscape plan to enhance the streetscape, make it more pedestrian friendly, and really make it a more compatible, business friendly environment. I'll just skip through this very quickly. I know you've got a busy agenda tonight. So we've had several meetings starting back in November when we did kick off the project and set some of the objectives and design guidelines, and did a public open house as part of the AGM for the Bridgeburg BIA, and have since had a couple committee meetings and a public open house just back in May. So the scope is basically the BIA area focusing around Jarvis Street, about 500 meters from the Parkway up to just the end of the commercial area, just west of Central Avenue. So it considered several aspects: the road reconstruction, all of the infrastructure beneath the road, reconfiguration of the parking, decreasing travel lane widths to provide some traffic calming effects, and also increasing the sidewalk widths to make it more pedestrian friendly, offer opportunities for cafes and street vending, and enhancing the aesthetics. This is the vision of Bridgeburg, as was stated 10 years ago, November in 2008. Bridgeburg is a vibrant neighborhood with a strong sense of community and a rich history linked to the railroad industry. The most unique aspects of Bridgeburg include our beautiful riverfront location, together with a defined historic core area encompassing a number of heritage buildings and places. We promote business and tourism related to our riverfront and our railway heritage, while we remain connected to the mindful of our neighboring residential community, those elements that make Bridgeburg special for us and reflect our values and aspirations for future are embedded in our commitments. I think that's very true today, and sort of the heart of what we were trying to accomplish was a more small-scale, friendly business environment, very closely related to the neighboring residents, to strengthen both the residential aspect of the neighborhood as well as the commercial. So 3 of our guiding principles related to the design that we went into this with: wanted to make it pedestrian friendly, enhance the aesthetics of the street, as well as address parking concerns that were related to what we would be undertaking. So first of all, related to being pedestrian friendly, we wanted to increase the sidewalk widths, narrow the travel lanes to slow traffic down, design specifically designated pedestrian crossings at key location points, improve and add to the street furniture, as well as have traffic calming. Aesthetics, the vegetative plantings that we wanted to incorporate, not just hanging baskets as we've historically done, but also having level planting beds, especially at the crosswalks, and also incorporating some other features, specific design features, signature features, including arches over the streets, as well as a feature you'll see in a moment down closer to the Parkway. So we'd be incorporating unit pavers to, make it an obvious pedestrian connections and crossing locations, and narrower crossing widths. The curbs themselves, if you look at the picture on the right, you'd have the rollover curb with the unit pavers as the parking area, and then a concrete sidewalk beside that. One of the signature features would be arches across Jarvis Street at both the Parkway and at Central Avenue. We'd have signage on both of those to identify them as the Bridgeburg area, but also those little oval signs on the near side. You'd have one on each side, one identifying Jarvis Street and the other being the Bridgeburg logo. So both of which would be visible from either sides. The signature feature down toward the river, we were looking at something related to the rail history of the district and came up with sort of an interactive locomotive style feature. Representative of Bridgeburg, you can see it from a couple of different angles here, making sure that it's got some seating along with the rear of it being interactive. Kids can climb up and go inside of the engine itself, get their picture taken. The little white thing would be an information panel that could be identifying community events and could be changed from time to time. Parking, we knew was going to be a key issue when we were converting one of the streets. The north side of the street currently has angular parking. In order to make that parallel parking to decrease the lane widths and increase the sidewalks, obviously there was going to be some losses that were anticipated. We were able to gain some additional parking spaces from tweaking locations, but it only came up to about 3 spaces, some of which are questionable that we do need to talk to some landowners who've got a 40-foot curb cut, putting a couple spaces in there to just sort of reconfigure their on-site operations. But we knew going into it that this was going to be an issue. One of the first things that we do need to do in talking about parking, there seems to be that there's a perception that there's a shortage of parking, but there's a lot of parking that's just not all on Jarvis Street. So one of the first things that we want to do is enhance the pedestrian connections to Jarvis Street from the existing public and potential private lots that are just off of Jarvis Street, not that far away, but there's a perception that they're not the most cleanly paths to walk, not always well lit, and some people have a perception that they're not safe. So we do want to enhance that as one of the first things that we do as part of this project, in order to allow people to park on Courtright or off of Dufferin and be able to walk safely, comfortably in a well-lit security camera environment, whatever that may consist of, in order to get to Jarvis and then not really have to worry as much about the potential loss of a few parking spaces. That sort of gets to the point of implementation, how this would be phased. First step to be improve those pedestrian connections from off-street so that when we're actually doing construction on Jarvis, we've already improved the pedestrian connection and access to those alternative parking locations on Courtright and Dufferin. Then we would, given the slope of the hill from Central down toward the Parkway, all of the underground infrastructure would be replaced. We would need to replace that from the bottom up so that we've got new infrastructure downstream and then connecting it as we're moving up. So starting with the connection between Clouk Street and the Parkway, and then replacing Clouk to Central, and then everything to the west of Central. Now everybody's favorite part, what's this going to cost? Just some really rough numbers based on the concept that's been developed. We're looking at just shy of $6.5 million total. And open to some questions, and depending on timing, I do have the slides here on what it would look like. I'll leave this one up. This would show the location of the proposed signature feature down where the existing Bridgeburg sign is, and then how the parking and some of the plantings would proceed up the street. But all 5 of those slides are here and available for your review too.
Thank you very much, Mr. White. It's very interesting. Members of council have any questions? Councillor Butler.
I seem to have questions for everything right now.
Okay.
Thank you, Your Worship, and it was a great presentation. I specifically like the little monument, the train monument. It's beautiful, and it seems as though you've given a lot of consideration to this. I have a couple of questions with respect to parking. Currently, as you mentioned, you have parallel on one side, and then you have the angled on the other side. If you remove the angled ones, how many are currently there, and how many, you say 3 spots would only be lost if you went to parallel?
Yep, currently 128, we would have 125
It's interesting to me because one of the things that we experience in downtown Ridgeway is the trouble that we have with the parallel parking. So I'm wondering, why would you choose to go that way as opposed to angled? I know that in the downtown core of St. Catharines, they changed the parallel to the angled in one section. So why would you think that parallel is more beneficial for the downtown core?
Largely that we're trying to change the streetscape. We want it to be more pedestrian friendly than auto-centric necessarily. One of the key aspects of that was increasing the sidewalk widths and decreasing the pavement widths. Right now, it's just, solid one end to the other.
And one more question, if you don't mind, Your Honor. Your Worship, I didn't mean,
Motion.
we're not in a court. So, with expanding the sidewalks, then that allows the ability for restaurants or cafes to have an open center on the outside in the streetscape. Is that what your intention is then?
Yep, absolutely. That and, retail store with a clothing rack or something to that effect to make it more interactive as well, as opposed to walking by a window.
Okay, and do you think, in your professional opinion, that if the town invests this type of money, and obviously we'd need to get grants to be able to pull something like this off, just like we did in Ridgeway, is it your professional opinion that once this is done, you'll be able to sustain more shops? Because currently Bridgeburg isn't able to sustain the retail outlets or the shops that do come into the area.
Well, I think it's going to encourage pedestrian traffic. Pedestrian traffic is going to help support the retail businesses. I think it'll also make it more of a destination for cyclists traveling along the parkway to be able to stop. We're putting more bike racks in as part of a conscious effort to try and get people to stop, get off their bikes, get a bottle of water, lunch, whatever. So we're really making a conscious effort towards increasing the retail activity is a very important key to this.
Any other counselors? Mr. White, so just looking at this particular slide, is that land already owned by the town?
The Niagara Parkway the Parks Commission has currently allowed us to put a sign exactly where that is. So part of our assumption was that replacing it with a signature feature would not face a significant amount of opposition by the Parks Commission.
Which would get me to my second question. Has there been consultation with the Niagara Parks Commission during the preparation of this conceptual plan?
Not a lot of active. We've reached out to them on 2 occasions. All property owners within 150 meters received public notice of the open house that just happened last month, and nobody has come out to those meetings from the Parks Commission. Although we did want to really focus on Jarvis Street and come up with a concept which I think will facilitate the conversation now that we've got something on paper.
There is a report later on our agenda, and I would suggest that when we get to that report, we specifically make sure that we get a copy of this report. If the recommendations are approved, we get that to the Niagara Parks Commission. Thanks very much, Mr. White. Are there any other questions? Thank you.
Thanks.
That then takes us to our next delegation, which is, I'll let you get out of the way, Mr. White. Next delegation, which is Ruby Smith, Chair of Heritage Arts Legacy of Fort Erie. Good evening.
Good evening, Mayor Redekop and councilors of Fort Erie. For those who don't know me, my name is Ruby Smith, and I'm the Chair of Heritage Arts Legacy of Fort Erie, a nonprofit association of volunteers. And I am here to represent our board and all those who support the Heritage Arts Sports Gallery and Research Center in the Leisureplex. Because of the late notification about our 2-year lease renewal from the town CAO and the dire ramifications of the Land Committee's recommendation, Heritage Arts has contacted a lawyer. Now, I apologize for the old hard copy method of doing things, but I just want to interrupt here. It was really wonderful for me to see the high school in here. Freddie Lowe's was a student teacher in our school. He's one of the best teachers, and wonderful to see him and those students and the high school where it is. The following information that you have in front of you was compiled by Heritage Arts and members in order to address the 2-year lease renewal issue. Heritage Arts lease renewal, as sent to us, the CAO advised that the obligations relate to the hours of operation are not being met under the present agreement, which expires June 30th, 2018. The following recommendation was passed by the Land Committee, and that recommendation is number 3, and the Land Committee recommends that the lease with the Heritage Arts for the space in the Leisureplex not be renewed, and that a new organization be sought to run the sports memorabilia display and artifacts. So our point number 1 is that Heritage Arts has leased the space for 3 years for $3,200. And on June the 1st, the last page of your package there, you will see that we received a renewed utilities fees increase, and Rhoda, our treasurer, sent checks out to cover this, and we are paid up until September. So that was a message to us that we were fine as far as being in the gallery. Now, the Sports Gallery and Research Center in the Leisureplex is our project, the result of our ideas, our long-term planning, our collection of artifacts and memorabilia, our showcases and display hardware, our resources, our hard work, time, and money. Third point is, the Standing Committee of male volunteers, in part, that we placed our hopes and trust in, did not embrace our expectations, nor did they move the gallery forward. However, they were in charge of scheduling, and when they quit, we were understaffed. And so I direct you to look at page 6, and you can scan that. That's at the back end. We've got a kind of a funny number system there. Number 7 was the scheduling. Number 6 at the back page is a letter to Mayor Redekop on February the 1st. And then the next point, during the 3 years that we occupied the gallery space, we found the required scheduling hours set out by the town did not meet Leisureplex needs. The hours were strange, actually. Town hours set out in our contract were 5 to 8 from Monday to Friday, and on Saturday and Sunday, 10 p.m. to 5 p.m. That meant we would be in the gallery 7 days a week and over 12 months of the year. We followed the scheduling that the fellows set, and up until until January, actually, we were contacted by the town. And so we addressed this issue by sending February 21st, 2018 letter to Tom Cookett and a copy to the mayor in hopes of negotiating rescheduling. And the follow-up letter was sent to the mayor of Fort Erie when requesting a feedback. No feedback was received until June 6th. So that put us in kind of a dilemma. And I suggest you look at page 3 at the back and page 4. Those are letters. We have put every bit of information that we could to sort of in our defense as our surprise at the quick statement about our lease not being renewed. Our gallery is is window-friendly. And we've been complimented by people coming into the gallery. We did post hours, and we also posted an open sign for tournaments, tours, and request for visitation. We have averaged 12, 15, 18 hours, I'd say, from January in the gallery. We have a guest book, and we have, since January, over 300 visitors who came through the gallery, and that signed guest book. I can pass that around if you wish to see it. We have people who are willing to volunteer. Our volunteer focus for the last 3 years has been strictly on sports. Anyone who knows us knows that we have done a lot of promoting of Fort Erie's heritage through other areas, but since 2005, we have diligently promoted our sports culture in Fort Erie. And the irony of all of this is on Friday, we were in the Leisureplex doing work for the Kinsmen. Since 2005, we have every year gathered the inductees' memorabilia and did a display. Actually, I'm looking at Mr. Annunziata there, and at one of the displays, he had his big diamond ring on the table. We have done research on the sports gallery. We've gone to Peterborough, we've gone to Lindsay, we've done our work. And on Sunday, we will be at the Fort Erie Golf Club. The only way that we make money to do our sports work. Going back up to our sports goals, our vision is to create a sports showcase throughout the entire Leisureplex. Heritage Arts has promoted sports and venues, sportsmen, their ambitions, their accomplishments since 2005. We promote and preserve our rich sports heritage, have established a sports destination for cultural tourism, and we inspire our youth. The next page shows the outline of our permanent sports achievements. Our first symposium was at the Fort Erie Racetrack, the Sport of Kings. And we made some kind of a representation at the Fort Erie Racetrack ever since. In our gallery, we have a good selection of racetrack artifacts. The Heroes Walk are those 6-foot images on the west wall of the arena. They cost us $1,000 each. And those are very inspirational to kids, people. On the upper level, upper lever, there's a showcase there that Sean Hutton let us display sports memorabilia for the last several years, and we changed that up. We've had Ed Chadwick in there for quite a while because of our situation. My name and Cameron Tissone's name appear on the skateboard park plaque. I was really pleased to see our name there because we were on the first group supporting the Heritage Arts skateboard park. When people didn't think skateboarding was athletic. Heritage Arts has, we're also doing research. We have the Times Review from 1943 to 2003. And we hope to do research in all our athletes that are in the gallery and have that available to people sometime. In 2005, Heritage Arts members gathered and, well, I already said about doing the displays, that Our visitor's guest book is a tribute to our work. Provides a permanent record. For 3 years before we got involved with the gallery, when we had some money, we had Heritage Arts written on the back of one of the meteors. So that's our work. Next comes a little bit of the research. Since February, I've had a high school student who was absolutely fabulous doing the research work. And what she did was we scanned and researched the work of the Atwoods ball team. And we have quite a bit of memorabilia of that ball team was great, best in Canada in 1967. We have artifacts about that team that's not on display yet. And so we come to the attached letters, and I come to the end of what I have to say, and I hope you have some questions for me.
Thank you very much, Ms. Smith. Just for clarification, the letter that you received on June the 6th relative to this matter, was it mailed out to you by regular mail?
Mailed out to me on?
Was it mailed out by regular mail?
No, it was on my little cell phone. I almost had a heart attack because I'm not used to doing the cell phone, but that's nobody's fault.
It was emailed.
It's my own. And when it came on the 6th, I was in Washington visiting my daughter and my grandson, so we got a little bit late. So that's our first notification that we,
Right, so you're saying that was sent to you by email?
no.
Yes.
What did I say?
Yeah. On your phone.
It was a little text on my cell phone. I've got my cell phone here if you want to look at it.
No. We're just trying to understand why there would have been a delay between the May 17th meeting and you getting the notification on June the 6th.
I don't know.
Yeah, no, of course. Are there any members of council that have any questions? Councilor Passero.
Thank you, Worship. Notwithstanding that, I think May 17th in any regard is a little short notice for a June 30th termination date, but that's besides the point. Ms. Smith, the only issue I can see that the municipality has with your organization the past 3 years is your failure to meet the obligations as we both agreed upon as far as scheduling. My personal opinion, that really doesn't matter in the scheme of things, is that it was probably a little bit too onerous when both parties agreed to it, but at the time something's done, you don't really know where things are going to go. Water under the bridge, we're here where we are now. It sounds like you are looking to make a compromise to reevaluate the proposal. I know you have a proposed schedule. How are you going to find the volunteers to meet what you have suggested?
We do have people who have volunteered. We have 2 new people that have volunteered, actually volunteered to ours and volunteered to do the inventory. Fred Bird and K.D. Moore are doing inventory, which should have been done quite a while ago. My son Matt was going to help us out 3 years ago. Mom, I can help with the hours, but he ended up coaching for 2 years. So the meteors have offered to the students. Now, we had some exception about having students in. I really don't, but we would have enough, Mr. Passero, we would have enough, even if I have to go in myself 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, I'll do it.
Ms.
I'm
Smith?
retired and I have time.
Yeah, I recognize the passion. How many new volunteers have you had come to the group, let's say in the last couple of months since this issue has really surfaced? I'm trying to get to the point where I can understand and make a case in my mind. Is your organization growing or is it decreasing?
It's growing, and it's growing with people who wish to help us. Rich Dubé has not left. That's why I hopped away from that one area. He's in there, and he wants to be in there every Sunday. This is some of the advertising that we did. And when I started out, I used to say, did you know that Fort Erie had 7 NHL players? And I know nothing about hockey. And to my surprise, I learned out that we had more than 7, we had 15. Recently, Rich Dubay did some history, and there are 21 men from Fort Erie who played NHL even for one game. I don't know, Mr. Nunziata, if you saw your name there with 2 other fellas from Fort Erie who are, and I hopped off your question.
Yeah, we need to get back on.
We
So
do
Ms.
have enough
Ms. Smith,
volunteers.
My next question
Yes.
is, right now, the suggestion from staff is that we terminate the lease. I'm not necessarily in favor of that. We'll see when the report gets forward. My question to you is, if we were to offer a small extension with the caveat that if you are not able to meet the agreed upon hours as negotiated by yourselves and town staff, and I think it should be something less than what was originally proposed, I still maintain that was onerous and probably a little bit high-reaching as far as what's actually possible, but that was done at a different time. Would you be in favor of a short extension, maybe 6 months or up to a year, to prove that you have the capability to further this? Because let me ask one more question. The other part of that is, the other thing I'd like to see if we do that extension is some type of notice period that would be a little lengthier than we're now almost June 18th, 19th, whatever today is, versus June 30th, we say pack your bags. So I'm looking at the possibility of 6 months to a year. You need to prove that you can fulfill your commitments, and we will make a decision, let's say at the 4-month mark, if we're going 6, or 10-month mark, if we're going a year, to say, look, it either worked or it didn't. You need to pack up. Is that agreeable to your organization if that was
It
something
certainly
we were to
is,
consider?
and I'm here to speak on behalf of my organization.
Is that something that you would consider?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you, Your Worship.
Thank you. Are there any other counselors that have any questions? Counselor Luberts?
Yes, thank you very much, Mayor Redekop. Ruby, thank you very much for coming forward. I know we had a telephone conversation last week about this here. But when I'm looking at this here, I'm looking at the recommendation from the Land Committee, and they said something that they want to get a new organization. They're looking for a new organization to take it over. Have you heard of any organization that they would be looking at to take this over?
Yes, I have.
No, who would that be?
And that would be former members former volunteer members. We had Michael Clarkson come to a meeting and said there was a phantom group wanting to take us over.
Yes, I see that, but they want to take away the lease from the Heritage Committee, or your group. And now it's just a group of volunteers. It's not actual group that's that's been in place for a year. Are these just some new volunteers that are going to show up?
They were athletes, and I respect these fellas, but they
I
were,
understand that they may be athletes, but are they an organized group?
no, they're not, as
No.
far as I know.
All right, okay, thank you. And if the lease agreement is terminated, I understand that the Heritage Arts Committee or group has a lot of memorabilia. Where would that
All
go?
of it. Well, it's, everything in that gallery is ours.
Yeah, so would take that with you?
If we folded in our board policy, in our own board package, anything that we owned would go to the museum, the Fort Erie Museum, and that was well before we ever got into this space. I don't know if that answered your question or not.
No, I'm just wondering if you're not there, would you move to a new location and then take your memorabilia with you?
Yes, we will.
Yes, okay,
Those displays are ours. We do that work.
okay, I just wanted to know.
Sometimes I don't, sometimes, Mr. Luberts, Councilor Luberts, things go over my head and I seem a little on the gypsy side of it. I'm
Well,
not-
that's okay, that's fine. I do the same thing sometimes. Matter of fact, I shut my mic off if I get too excited. Anyway, thank you very much for
You're welcome.
your presentation and your answers. Thank you.
Any other counselors that have any questions of Ms. Smith? But Ms. Smith, just for clarification, my understanding, based on discussions that you and I had, was that much of the memorabilia that's in the gallery now is on loan to you from individuals. It's been given to Heritage Arts as a
So,
gift?
quite a bit of the memorabilia is ours. And we could walk through the gallery and I can point out, this is ours, this is ours, this is ours. Some has been on loan. And some that, I can think of George Ahern brought in a couple of jerseys. This is why that we thought we needed to contact a lawyer about who owns what. But and everything that was donated in there was donated to Heritage Arts. Our logo's on the thing. It wasn't donated to any specific person. I personally have a lot of stuff donated, handed to me, but it's in the name of Heritage Arts.
So there are some individuals that I know are part of this other group that actually have some of their belongings on display. Is that their property or is that Heritage Arts' property?
Right now, I think it's ours.
Okay. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Ms. Smith.
You're welcome.
That then takes us to our,
Okay.
thank you. That takes us to our final delegation, which is Casey Bruins on behalf of the Ridgeway Lions Club. Good evening.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. It's been a long night, I know. Tonight, I'm here with our treasurer, Chuck, who wants to give away some money, and Ron Bruner, who's been very active in helping us raise funds for the playground. So tonight, we're here to hand over $30,000. That's a part of what we've raised. We're hoping to have another significant donation to the town after the summer. I'll explain how we're going to do that. But we didn't do this alone. I have to thank a number of people. I think a lot of us just want to say thanks to the council, though, first, because you came up with the master plan, and now you're implementing it, which is important. And when we saw the hole there for the playground, the Lions just said we need to invest. And I think you'll find the community is investing too, because it's not easy to raise money, but this $30,000 has come to us after we raised money for the school for their kitchen. And we will do well towards the end of the summer. So we've worked with the Legion, Friends of Crystal Beach, the Fort Erie Lions, the Ridgeway Lioness, the United Way. And town staff has been very helpful. They gave us diagrams, they've given us some advice and cooperation. And when we wanted to do a memorial walkway, we worked with them and they said, yes, you can do it and it'll help you raise some money. So I got to say thanks to staff. So we've had a lot of public and business support. We've had cash donations. They've supported a lot of our dinners and a lot of our trivia nights. We've had one, and we're going to have a super trivia night with Fort Erie Lions, and Councilor Passero is going to help us with that in the fall. And now we're into the purchase of memorial stones. So, Mayor Wayne, may I give one of these to each councilor?
Of course.
Can you do that, Ron? The memorial stones, we talked to Signe, and we asked her to go to planning and to clear it so that we could do this. We're wanting to set up what we've seen in Disney. If you've been to Disney, they have a fantastic walkway. Families from all over the world have left their name. They pay a fee. It's not a donation. Disney makes money on it. But for us, we're doing it to raise money for the playground. And we have different sizes of stones. We want to do a combination, and we want to make sure families can afford it. So for a 4x8 stone, for $50 donation, you can put, and if you look at those, you can see you can put the Bruins family or the McDermott family or whatever you want on it. We have an 8x8 stone, which you can put a bit more of a message on. And a lot of businesses are buying the 12x12 stones. And we're going to do a combination of those in a memorial walkway. And there are some people that are giving $5,000, and we've had a couple of businesses in town say that. And we're recognizing them by levels of membership, gold, silver, platinum, so that we want to thank people for helping the Lions and helping the town and helping the kids. That's what it's all about, is the kids. So the stones can be inscribed with club names, association names, family names, individual names, business logos and names, and memorial names. I know my wife was putting one through for her mom and dad because they love the beach. And a lot of people do love the beach. We just started selling these stones and we sold close to $5,000 already. And our plan this summer is we need to get the word out through the town council and through social media and through asking everyone that we talk to if they could please let them know that the Lions are selling the stones. And we have a number of those forms around town. And Ron, on the back is our contact person if anybody wants more forms. And a number of businesses that are buying the stones are taking the forms and handing them out too. But we're also going to be at Ridgefest. We want to set up for 2 days there and do our best to, get a big push, maybe sell $5,000 or $10,000 worth of stones. And then the rest of the summer, I have a cottage that abuts the Ashwood entrance, and I have a side gate, and it's on the Ashwood Lane, and we're going to set up there. And every Saturday and Sunday between 10:30 and 2:30, because that's when people arrive, we're going to try to, promote the stones, and if someone wants to donate to the playground, that would be a good thing. But we're doing other things too. We're continuing our bingos. Like I said, we're doing the Monster Trivia this fall. We're having lots of special meals and events. We're working really hard to get this money. We're hoping that we can give you a nice next check like this one in the fall. And then come next spring, when it seems to me that the playground has started, if it's ready, then we can work with town staff and get that in. And I know we have to go through a selection process of different pieces of equipment, but I want you to know that we're trying to be ready when you'll be ready. So we just wanted to again thank the town, and we hope to turn over more funds to you shortly.
Thank you very much, Mr. Bruins. That's very encouraging, and we want to thank the Ridgeway Lions Club. Great group of people.
Thank you, Wait, Mayor Wayne.
Thank you. Yeah, I have a bit of a conflict.
Yeah.
So, I'm advised by Ms. Hanson that there are some logistical issues with respect to the transfer of money. That's something that she can discuss with you.
We've got 2 checks right here.
So there's some logistical issues with respect to how the money is transferred.
Okay.
So that's something that we can deal with Ms. Hanson. But I understand that you'd like a photo with respect to the presentation.
Yes, Mayor.
I see the press is gone, but perhaps somebody here can use an iPad and take a picture.
We've got one.
And I know that you requested that Councillor Luberts, in whose ward this is, and Councillor Passero has also been helpful.
Both of those councillors have been very helpful to us in raising funds.
Right, and you also suggested the CAO and Ms. Hanson.
Yep.
So why don't we all gather down there? You can get your check. That will be for symbolic purposes only, but the fact that you've got 30 plus 5 already towards, I think it's a $65,000 to $70,000 nut.
We're looking for $85,000, and we think we can have that raised by next year. We're working very hard and diligently at it.
I'm confident you can. Councilors?
No, you gotta be in the picture.
Here, I'll take the picture.
Yeah.
See you guys.
Huh?
Casey, I want to make sure I stand next to you. Huh? You don't mind that, eh? Hey, Ron, how are you? Good. Congratulations on everything you guys are doing. Hey, Chuck, how are you, buddy? Good to see you. Thanks for all the work you guys are doing for us. You're welcome. I fought like hell to get this thing started. This is nice to see it happen. Hey, Casey, you want me to hug you?
No.
Huh? Not yet, eh? Come on. Casey, you're over. Oh, it's not one of those big ones?
Show that there's 2, yeah, show that there's
Oh, that one's made out to Don Luber, too. I'll take that.
I don't think so. Signe, why don't you get around here too?
Signe, get over. Stand right in front of me.
This side could use some pretty
Signe, you come in here and get,
You need to get in a little
Signe,
bit
you need to
closer.
get in.
Yeah, Signe, you gotta stand in front of us
Get your
all.
hands on this.
And you gotta put your hands
I don't
on
want to
it.
stand in front of you, Don.
I know, my head's right in between the two of you. Don't worry. That's it, yeah. All right.
Hands on each other.
We getting there? I'll take another one just to be sure. Be great. Look good. Beautiful.
Okay, we're good?
Thank you, guys.
Thank you guys for your help. Casey,
Okay.
okay. Check that just to make sure before everybody disperses, but I think I got a couple pictures there for you.
Okay, we're good to go, right?
I still got a call you. I was talking to you.
Yeah, that's why I was gonna call you about these stones. I got some paperwork, and I talked to the BIA, they're gonna buy one too. I'm gonna tag in, tell Casey that.
Sure, okay, yeah. You
Because
can name it, no problem.
he has one from the dingo down and one from our,
Okay,
so you can work out the mechanics.
okay, yeah, we can talk about it, because the town can't update it.
Okay, great, thank you.
So, we'll figure it out. Well, I'll talk to Grace.
Thank you, Mayor.
More than welcome, thank you.
Oops, you dropped the.
Oh, I'm sorry, yes, yes. So before we. Mr. Bruins. Mr. Bruins, wonder if you could come back to the podium. There's a counselor that has a question.
Yes, thank you very much, Mayor Redekop. And not so much a question, but I just wanted to make a comment that I received some of these here applications, and I brought one to a Crystal Beach BIA meeting, and we discussed it there, and they decided rather, that they're going to purchase one of these. I think they're purchasing the 12 by 12. So I just want to let you know that that there's happening, and I'll be distributing this here flyer to other people and asking them to donate to the Lions.
I'm sure we can do that. That'd be fine, thank you.
Just to add to that too, Mr. Bruins, I'll be purchasing one of your stones as well. So I'll be seeing you in the future. Oh, no, that was a different deal. That was a cash donation. This year is to purchase the stone. Thank you very much. And thanks to all the Lions for all their hard work.
Thank you. So before we move to the consent agenda, Councillor Butler, you had a disclosure of pecuniary interest that you'd like to make?
Yes, I apologize for the late notice. I just realized that I have a conflict with 11A, Councillor Paciro's motion, as my business does work with one of the partners.
Thank you. So then that takes us to the consent agenda. And are there any items that anyone wishes removed from the consent agenda? Councillor Butler?
Thank you, Your Worship. I was wondering if we could remove for discussion number 3B from the board committee minutes, the EAC Advisory Committee.
Yep.
Thank you.
So Councillor McDermott, you have the resolution with respect to the consent agenda. So I wonder if you could move that with the exception of item 3B. Yes.
Yes, Your Worship. Moved by myself, seconded by Councillor Butler. The council approves the consent agenda items as recommended with the exception of 3B.
Are there any questions or comments with respect to the items that remain in the consent agenda? If, Councillor Butler?
Thank you, Your Worship. I was just wondering, I was reading the correspondence A with respect to the taxpayer affordability guidelines, and I just wondered, I've never seen a plan. Do we actually have a plan? Or is that something that we would be looking at doing now that the Niagara region is planning on that?
Mr. Jansen?
Through the mayor to Councillor Butler, no, we do not. We bring forward a document every fall in relation to some planning related to that, but that is something we haven't developed.
Councillor Butler?
I just wonder if that's something then we can look at to develop for the future, and maybe we can look at providing comments to that effect?
Certainly, that's something we can look at. The planning document that we do bring forward does imitate a lot of those same considerations and conversations in terms of looking at indices and so on. We also do have our council-approved budget policy, which would also address some of the same issues, but we can certainly discuss that.
Thank you. Are there any other questions with respect to items, Councillor Passero?
Thank you, Worship. A comment regarding 3D, which are the minutes for the Waverly Beach Ad Hoc Committee. This is the first opportunity that council as a whole is getting to see the work of that committee to date. Very proud of the amount of ground that we have covered in a very short period of time, and would like to acknowledge the tremendous wealth of knowledge, expertise, and resources that we have on that committee that is illustrative of what's been captured in those minutes. And I know that Councillor Zanko and Councillor Nutt would echo those sentiments. Our goal going forward is another meeting in August, and then looking to staff to draft up a report for council's consideration that would outline timelines, next steps, resources, and proposed partnerships. And we believe at that time that we would have assembled enough information for council's consideration that the ad hoc committee could stand down at that point, and hopefully the next term of council would take that information and knowledge and run with it. So thank you, Your Worship.
Thank you very much, Councillor Passero. Any other questions, Councillor Luberts?
Yes, thank you very much, Mayor Redekop. I just want some clarification on the Waverly Beach Ad Hoc Committee minutes for May 11th. And on page 2 of the report, they mentioned toadlets. And I'm just wondering if they're discussing the toadlets. Are they Fowler's toad, toadlets, or are they American toad?
Is there anyone here that would know that? Councillor Passero?
Thank you, Worship. We've been having conversations regarding both species to date as it relates to how they are on the beach and where they may potentially be located. I'd have to read back through the minutes and look at my notes to see what we were speaking of specifically to the paragraph or sentence that Councillor Luberts is speaking of, but I could get him that information.
Well, I can give you the last or the paragraph. It's the second paragraph, and it's the last portion of it. It said it was debated that toadlets will not be found in the beach water. They will be found in the ditches and bays and etc. The toad typically hibernates in the beach area but lives in the woodlots. But they also like breakwall areas where there is space between the concrete. And those are the toadlets I just wanted to get some clarification on. Are you talking about Fowler's toad, or are you talking about?
Right, and Councillor Passero has indicated that he'll have to check his notes.
That's the paragraph that I'm just talking about. And then on the June 11th, if I may, Mayor Redekop.
Those have been actually withdrawn from the.
Oh, the June, that was, okay, yeah, that was.
Been deleted, yes, because they haven't been approved yet, I don't think, by the committee itself. So the addendum indicates that those minutes have been deleted from consideration this evening.
Okay, all right, okay, thanks. That's it then, I guess.
Thank you. There's no need for you to respond, Councillor Passero. You're going to be looking up in your notes.
The only thing I wanted to add, Your Worship, is that was part of a greater conversation with Professor Taylor, who we had engaged, an expert in this field for many, many years. So we do believe in the information he presented, but as to the specifics to Councillor Lubert's question, I will get him that.
Right, thank you. Are there any other further questions? Councillor Nutt?
Thank you, Your Worship. Just in regards to 9.22D, to receive the Niagara Region new regional official plan and growth management plan, I would just ask that you speak with Councillor Annunziata and provide a united front to ensure that Fort Erie doesn't suffer some type of reduction within our urban boundary?
Yeah, I don't think that's going to happen. I don't think that we're under threat of a reduction of the urban boundary. Question will be whether we'll be able to expand our urban boundary because of expansions elsewhere, but certainly, I've discussed this before with Councilor Nunziata, and I will, again, make sure that we're on the same page.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Are there any other questions or comments? If not, all those in favor of the amended consent agenda? None opposed, that is carried. Councilor McDermott, could I go back to you then for item 3B?
Yes, Your Worship, moved by myself, seconded by Councilor Butler, that council approves item 3B on the consent agenda.
Thank you. Councilor Butler.
Thank you, Your Worship. We've been receiving a flurry of emails from residents with respect to the EC overlay removal approval by EAC for the Zero Beach Avenue property. And I'm just curious because some of the information that came our way was with respect to that particular piece of land being denied building on a couple of occasions. And so the original owner who put it up for sale as an unbuildable lot because she was deemed to have been told that by the municipality. And in fact, one of her neighbors went to the town with the express purpose of purchasing it and was told the exact same thing. So they thought that that property was protected. And now it comes to fruition that someone has, in fact, purchased it for a nominal cost because it was an unbuildable lot and has found a way to get it approved to be buildable. But I'm just curious, and I know that Councillor Luberts is the council representative on EAC, how that would have come to be that EAC would have decided that that property was okay to build on.
I don't believe that's the case. I believe that EAC is asked to take a look at the EC overlay. The issue of whether it's buildable or not would be something that the planning department would have knowledge of, and I have questioned Mr. Brady about that. So, Mr. Brady, can you comment on that? I think you've seen the email that councilors received.
Yes, I'd be happy to comment. With the EC overlay in place, a building permit cannot be issued for the property. Once the EC overlay is removed, or which is what EAC is recommending that be done to a portion of the property, then there will be the ability for a building permit to be issued on the property. So if someone asks the question, can this property have a building permit? The answer is no. Can this property have a building permit with the EC overlay removed? The answer is yes.
Councilor Butler?
So in this case, then, are we saying that the questions that were asked by the two previous individuals were the wrong questions asked?
Well, unless we know what the exact questions were, I'm not sure that we would know that. But Mr. Brady, do you want to comment on that?
I guess. I don't know what the questions were at all, so I can't.
I'm not asking you to speculate.
Yeah, I don't know, and I don't know in the context in which these questions.
Councilor Butler?
So I'm just, at this point, I guess it's quite out of our hands that, that they are able to build in the area that EAC has agreed to remove the overlay. And there's really nothing that anybody can do, is that correct?
I don't think there's anything that we can do. I suppose they could. Mr. Brady, what's the, we're usually in a situation where we're critical of EAC for not removing an EC overlay. What's the proposition of a neighbor that takes issue with EAC's removal of an EC overlay?
We've asked EAC on a number of occasions, this time inclusive, to take a look at a property to determine whether or not the area is of sufficient ecological interest to not remove an EC overlay. They've looked at this, they've been on the property. It took a little bit of time, which is good because they spent some time on it. And they came back with what I think is a reasonable recommendation. Now it's up to the council to determine if they wish to process that recommendation. If you do, and tonight council agrees with the EAC's recommendation, tomorrow a building permit may be issued on the property.
So is there any recourse with respect to a decision that we make approving this particular recommendation? Any recourse to a neighbor?
No.
Not that you're aware of. Okay. Councillor Butler?
No further questions, thanks.
Councillor Luberts?
Yes, thank you very much, Mayor Redekop. Just to follow up on this here property, and when I was at that meeting where we decided to remove a portion of the EC overlay, there was a lot of there was some information that wasn't there for us at that meeting. And Matt Kernahan has since sent an email to us explaining to us that there was a little misunderstanding and there was some information that wasn't provided to us. So when we agreed to remove a portion of the EC overlay, I'm going to say, honestly, when I was at that meeting, I was under the impression that we were doing it so that they could fit the footprint of that house there. I didn't realize that we were removing the entire EC overlay, because on the other portion of the property, they have to follow the recommendations and they have to follow the guidelines of the NPCA because of the creek, and there's a buffer area, and they have to follow their flood area, I guess it is. So there was a lot of confusion. So I sent an email to our chair and to Matt Kernahan, and I asked not to submit those minutes of that meeting to council because I wanted to reconsider my position on that, because I don't agree with us removing it. But they said that that's what the minutes, or that's what the motion was that was on the floor. But I didn't realize we were removing the entire EC overlay. And the fact that we didn't have all the proper information, and the email from Matt Kernahan indicates that. So I'm going to recommend that we table this part of this report and these minutes, and get some clarification as to what exactly happened, and if the EAC committee can reconsider their position and get some better clarification exactly what it is we have on that property.
Okay, so as I understand it, you're moving that the part of the EAC Advisory Committee minutes of May 30th, 2018 that relate to Zero Beach Avenue be deferred until such time as
Yes,
you have an
yes, I would.
excuse me.
Yes,
until-
because there's a lot of confusion with,
Excuse me,
even
until
with
you
us.
have an opportunity to seek a reconsideration of this at the committee.
Yeah.
All right. Do we know, is there a seconder for that, Councilor Passero? Do we know when the next meeting is? Just in terms of timing of how long this should be deferred?
No, I don't at this time, no.
Let's put it over to the next regular council meeting, which is July the 16th. And we'll see whether there's been a meeting or not, and if it has to be further deferred. If this is passed, then we'll know by then.
Yes, and I would ask that that information be brought to our CAO's office as well, so he can see that there was a miscommunication or there was information that was either not available or it was misunderstood exactly where we were with that.
So the CAO can look into what information may not have been passed on. Looks like, just looking at the resolution, there was a second part from EAC, and they make reference to a bunch of information. However, There's no discussion about the motion to defer. We have a date, which is July the 9th. All those in favor? None opposed, that is carried. Is there any discussion with respect to the balance of those minutes? Counselor Pacero.
Thank you, Worship. Regarding the last bullet point, a question through you to staff, if I could. The recommendation is that we're requesting trees be planted that have a minimum 50 millimeter caliper. I'm just wondering, when we plant trees on medians and boulevards of new subdivisions, what size caliper are the average trees that we plant? I'm trying to get a picture in my mind as to what we're requesting of these individuals.
Mr. Brady, Mr. Walsh? Both?
Our collective opinion, the Brady Walsh opinion, is that that's about right.
Okay, thank you very much.
Boy, that's about as concise and accurate as you can get.
Yeah, that's better than the law firm of Dewey, Cheatham, and Howe.
Okay, any other questions or comments with respect to the balance of the items? All those in favor? None opposed, that is carried. So then, that takes us to new business inquiries, and Councillor Pacero, you have the next resolution.
Moved by myself, seconded by Councillor Zanko, that council accepts the resignation of Keith Hayes, Legion Branch 71 representative from the Senior Citizens Advisory Committee, and further, the council directs staff to proceed with filling the vacancy in accordance with the procedural bylaw.
Are there any questions or comments? All those in favor? None opposed, that is carried. And Councillor Pacero, you have the next resolution as well.
Moved by myself, seconded by Councillor Zanko, that council appoints Noreen Smith, Legion Branch 71 representative, to the Senior Citizens Advisory Committee for the period ending November 30th, 2018.
Are there any questions or comments? All those in favor? None opposed, that is carried. And the next resolution, Councillor Butler, you have.
Yes, moved by myself, seconded by Councillor McDermott, that council proclaims July 28th, 2018 as World Hepatitis Awareness Day.
Are there any questions or comments? All those in favor? None opposed, that is carried. Councillor Pacero, you were going to raise something under new business with respect to Heritage Arts. I believe.
No, I believe we'll deal with that when we get to the Land Committee recommendations.
Okay.
Because there is a recommendation being put forward, so I'll need the clerk's assistance whether or not we
Okay.
need to vote that down to go something new or if an amendment, but when that comes forward, I'll do it. I'll do
Okay,
it at
that's
that
fair
point.
enough. And right now, we're going to take a 10-minute break. When we come back, we will resume with Councillor Pacero's motion. I'm sorry. Yes, no, inquiries before we break. I'm sorry. Councillor Butler, I'm presuming you have an inquiry. Okay.
Thank you, Your Worship, through you to Mr. Walsh. Mr. Walsh, you and I have had discussions with respect to Dominion Road and the construction that had taken place there, and you had given me a name of the project manager from the region that's handling that road work with respect to 2404 Dominion Road, the house in question, where a tree was removed from his property and planted to a different property, a couple of homes down. I have been trying to get a hold of Michael, and I have, or the project manager, and I have spoken to him once, and I've sent him emails and requested feedback information because he was going to look into it. I can't get a hold of him. Is that something that you could do for me?
Mr. Walsh, perhaps you could intervene on that.
Mr. Mayor, excuse me, Mr. Mayor, I've had a similar conversation with Mr. Wilson last Thursday at an event we were at jointly, commenting on his lack of attention to responses from the town of Fort Erie. I'll get a hold of him again, but there's no promises here.
Well, if you're having difficulty, Mr. Walsh, perhaps you could let the CAO and the mayor know, because we've run into this in the past, and it's inexplicable and it's inappropriate.
I agree with you totally. I'll chase it up their ladder first.
Great, thank you very much. Councillor Butler?
Thank you, and I just have one last question. Is there any possible way that we can get a crossing or crosswalk painted on Ridge Road during the market?
Mr. Walsh.
Or for the market, not during the market? We can.
Mr. Mayor, I'd prefer to hold off on that right now. Through the planning department, they are undertaking an active transportation master plan. And further to that, the engineering department wishes to study that crossing and the crossing on Gorham Road on the Friendship Trail in particular by doing pedestrian counts and seeing what measures are appropriate. Those counts will be done this year with a recommendation coming forward for the capital in 2019, more than likely.
Following that then, through you, your worship, to Mr. Walsh, is there, or maybe Mr. Cookett, I'm not sure you can direct it, but is there a way that maybe we can look at closing down the street and making it a walking area during the time that the market is available on Saturdays?
Mr. Walsh, the logistics.
Mr. Mayor and Councillor, I can look into that. I assume you want that fairly soon as we're coming into summer. Does the, to my recollection, does the bus run through in front of the market?
No, it does not.
No, so you'd have to simply reroute vehicles on Hibbard and on Disher, Mr. Cookett. Mr. Cookett might be able to save you on this.
No, I've got a
Through you, Mayor, to the councillor. The only thing I would caution you on is emergency services, and I would like a response from the fire chief or EMS, ambulance services, because that may hamper services provided by them.
Mr. Mallinson.
Through your worship to Councillor Butler, we would certainly have to look at that anytime we close off an area, especially that of heritage buildings all stacked together like that. That might not be a good day. So we certainly will look at that and get back to you.
Thank you very much.
Anything further, Councillor Butler? Any other councillors? Councillor Zanko.
Thank you, Your Worship. Through you to Chief Melanson. As most of us were coming here today, a lot of us were without power. I'm hopeful that the power is restored in most areas. But I know there was some talk, and I don't know, perhaps some areas are still subject to this, but that the power may not return for 24 to 48 hours. And I just wondered, I know that we had recent training with regard to emergency preparedness plan, but I was just wondering if the chief could share with us what that plan is in the event that we're without power.
Chief Melanson.
Through you, Your Worship, to Councillor Zanko, in our emergency plan, we work through something called a HIRA, which is a hazard risk analysis document that looks at everything from weather events, tornadoes, flooding, power outages, all the way through to hazmat calls and acts of terrorism. And it looks at their likelihood, possibility, frequency, et cetera. And Fort Erie certainly is our number one risk is weather that's been identified in the HIRA. It's imperative that the people, the residents of Fort Erie, understand that the emergency services need to take care of a lot of things just to mitigate it, and there's a 72-hour plan that they should stick with or try to adhere to, which talks about a lot of things, but it is specific to power outages, talks about what you should do with your freezer, what you should do with your food, what you should eat first, water that you should keep should keep at least 3 days of water, etc. Because the residents are going to have to take care of themselves while the emergency services takes care of the big picture so that we can take care of them as time goes on. I did reach out to, based on our conversation, I did reach out to Canadian Niagara Power. As a fire chief, I kind of have a backdoor number, which was good. Crescent Park is all powered up. Anyone that has individual issues should reach out to them, and they'll send a trouble truck immediately, or as immediately is, to deal with their individual issues. But right now, we look like we're in pretty good shape. I hope that answers your question.
Councillor Zanko?
And just further to the suggestions, is there a communications that residents could maybe access through our website that gives some tips as to what to do during that 72-hour time frame?
Chief?
Yes, through you, Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Zanko. There's a document called Be Disaster Ready, the 72 hours of preparedness, and it's on forterie.ca. It's a really excellent document. It has a lot of good ideas, and it has a picture of the mayor on the second page.
That's an emergency, or that's a crisis, or it's a disaster? Councillor Zanko, anything further?
Nothing further, thank you.
It's getting worse as we go along. Isn't it? Councillor Nutt.
The chief just answered my question. I was going to make the request that we place that document on the website to help people prepare for their 72 hours. Everybody should have a 72-hour bug-out bag.
Absolutely. Councillor Passero.
Thank you, Your Worship. In that same vein, then, would it be at the conclusion of that 72-hour period that we would then mobilize municipal resources as far as our emergency management facilities where there is hydro, or at what point does that kick in, or is that necessitated by the type of emergency?
I would imagine it would be the type of emergency, because there would be occasions when we would be involved much earlier, depending on the nature and the extent of the emergency. But Chief, can you comment on that?
Part of the emergency plan would be that we, if required, in consultation with the CAO and the mayor, we would enact the Emergency Operations Center at different tiers or different levels depending on the extent. The purpose of the EOC is to support whatever emergency services are going on, to look at what might be needed in 1 day, 2 day, 3 day increments to take care of the residents, whether that's opening up emergency shelters, working with Red Cross. It all depends on the level of, like a October storm type event, which, lasted weeks at times, all the way down to one where we would open the EOC just in case something may happen. So it's all predicated on level of requirement and what support the EOC can give the residents.
Councillor Passero?
Thank you, Your Worship. My hope would be that as we get closer to winter, that we could really utilize our communications department to trump this out there. I know that it's very easy for us, and it seems to happen over and over, that we say it's on the website, look to the website. Well, if you have no power, it's tough to get to the websites for many of the citizens in our community. So we need to communicate in advance as to where they could look and basically what to expect, because it's always great to say these things are available, but until you're actually in that moment, if we don't educate in advance, people don't know what to do. Thank you.
Thank you. So, Chief, on that, in that vein, aside from being on the website, is there a way other than through a computer that you could access that? In other words, could you access it through a smartphone? I guess you could.
We, in May, there was Emergency Preparedness Week, and there was a lot of social media traffic through Twitter and all of, I'm a bit of a neophyte when it comes to social media, but all the other platforms certainly discussed the 72 hours and kits, et cetera, and what you could do. There are hard copies of the document, and I can make sure that they're available here at Town Hall for individuals to pick up. But they certainly would be able to through their phones if they had, if there was website access that way.
I think the idea of having some hard copies available for people, and you may be making note of that when you're out doing any of your emergency services days, might be helpful. Councilor Pursuer, do you have anything further on that point?
No, I think those are all very good points, and hopefully in the communication plan, you know, it comes down to being neighborly, so check on your neighbors, check on the elderly. You know, my grandfather is not getting a smartphone anytime soon unless the mayor is willing to come over and show him how to utilize it. I'm not willing to do it. But all very good points, and I think, you know, it's times like this where we need to focus on it because unfortunately winter will be here soon, and when you're in the midst of it, it's Councilor Zanko. That resolution number 1, in part regarding the decision of the Environmental Advisory Committee, EAC recommendation regarding 3285 Thunder Bay Road in EAC's minutes of March 25th, 2018, that was considered and approved by Council on April 9th, 2018 as item 9.3 CV below be reconsidered, and that was that EC overlay remain on the entirety of 3285 Thunder Bay Road, and that the ash tree should not be permitted to be cleared from the property. Consideration would be given to supporting removal of ash trees from the perimeter of the property upon review of a plan showing details of the selective removal. And further, that the resolution be amended to provide EC overlay remain on the entirety of 3285 Thunder Bay Road, and that the selective removal of dead ash trees is permitted subject to approval by council.
Okay, so, Madam Clerk, just for clarity, we have to deal with the first part of the motion, which would be the reconsideration, before we get to the second part.
That's correct, Your Worship.
Okay. So, on a motion to reconsider, understanding that there's only a brief explanation of why and no further debate. Is that your understanding, Madam Clerk?
Yes, Your Worship.
Councilor Passero, did you want to just give a brief explanation of the purpose of the reconsideration?
Since this was before us, we had a delegate on behalf of the proponents appear before council through his consultant with additional information. I've also had the opportunity to meet with some of the residents. So I think there's enough differing information since when we first considered this to deserve reconsideration tonight.
Okay. I'll call the question then for the reconsideration. All those in favor? Opposed? That is carried. So then, Councilor Passero, we're now on the second part, which relates to your amendment. And my understanding is that you were contemplating modifying that slightly?
Yes, Your Worship. So what we have before us right now basically keys in on that the selective removal of dead ash trees is permitted subject to approval by council. So I'd be looking for a seconder to place some clauses that would speak to what approval by council would constitute.
So
And
why don't you move an amendment with respect to that, and then we'll ask for the seconder. What are the clauses that you would want?
yes, Your Worship. So the clauses would be that the proponent engage a certified arborist to identify non-ash trees on the site, that these trees would be tagged and a plan would be prepared and submitted to the town that identifies the location and species of the non-ash trees. Also identified on the plan would be the location of the proposed access corridor. Only dead ash trees can be removed to establish this access corridor. Town staff will need to approve the plan prior to any cutting of ash trees or the establishment of the access corridor, and all trees, when cut down, must be removed from the site, leaving it in a tidy condition. And lastly, that no cutting or removal of trees could occur during nesting season. And I would be looking for a seconder for those, seconded by Councilor Zanko.
And the nesting season, the information that we had received from the M&R, which was specific to bats, said May the 1st, I think, to October the 15th, or something of that nature. You have any specifics with respect to what nesting season we're talking about?
The one that seems to be apparent, although I've been getting differing information, and maybe we could, through your worship, with your indulgence, ask the CEO for comments, because I know that the information we received was regarding bats. But Mr. Cook may have some information relative to bats and ash trees and whether or not we go down that road.
Mr. Cookett?
Through your worship to the counselor, I did hear from one of our staff members who spoke to someone who is much more qualified than myself that bats do not like ash trees as far as habitat is. That's something that we would need to confirm, but the source is good, and like they say, the bats do not like ash trees.
I don't think the information that we received from the MNR related specifically to ash trees. I think it was talking about the wood lot. But I think for the purposes of the motion, Councilor Basiro, you've got nesting season, and this is going to be something that staff is going to be reviewing and council will be ultimately approving, so that there'll be ample opportunity to flesh that out.
And maybe we could add nesting season as determined by staff, just to give them the leeway to have those conversations.
That would be fine, and that would then bring to the focus what we might be concerned about nesting there. So that's on the floor for consideration by council. We have a seconder, Councilor Zanko. Did you want to speak further to that, Councilor Passero?
If I could, Your Worship. So we did hear from Mr. Highcoop as well as Mr. Stack. I've had an opportunity to meet with Mr. Stack as well as some of the residents. There are two items that I wanted to touch on that I believe were not really expanded upon last time. The first was the liability issue. There was a lot of talk as to why we would allow the entire property to be done versus the perimeter if the liability issue concerned trees that could impact other homes. The one thing that has been explained to me is that there is a dwelling currently located on the subject property that they are looking to rent out, and they need to ensure that for insurance requirements, although we look at it as a woodlot, that technically is somebody's backyard. So they're looking to do all ash trees and not just ash trees along the perimeter. The second item that I don't really think was expanded upon was the cost factor. I personally have had to get a quote for the removal of an ash tree, and I went to the same company, and I know this person very well. So I know they're not just toying with me for some extra money, and that quote has gone up significantly. And I asked why, and they said, well, a year has gone by. And I said, what's the difference? A dead tree is a dead tree. And they said, well, not with ash trees. They said, the longer it takes for you to get them down, the more expensive it is. It becomes much more dangerous. It takes more hours. We now may need a second spotter on the ground. There's a lot more things involved in the removal of ash trees. So given what we heard that night, given the fact that the caveats or clauses that I have proposed are the ones that have been endorsed by the consultant and the proponent, and those were the ones that I had explained to the residents led by Mr. Jeff Hoover, as well as some concerned residents on Lake Crest. Originally, they were under the impression that this property was going to be clear cut. That's what drew the large crowd that night. We've explained to them that the goal, if reconsidered by council, is just the removal of dead ash trees. They are satisfied with that. So I'd be happy to answer any other questions, but that's where things sit right now. Thank you, Your Worship.
Thank you. Anyone else wish to speak to this motion? Councilor Luberts?
Yes, thank you very much, Mayor Redekop. Just a couple of questions as to the previous meeting that we had when the delegate or the developer was here. He said that, and we received the transcripts from that meeting, right, from our clerk, and he said that there's an ongoing EIS, and I just want to verify that the EIS is going to be completed. Not an ongoing, but it be completed before they go in and cut the trees.
That, according to the earlier emails, which were an email which was provided by Councilor Passero, that apparently is not accurate. The the agent of the owner apparently misspoke with respect to that EIS. And so the EIS isn't going to be completed prior to this cutting and removal of trees. I
Okay.
believe that's correct, Councilor Pizarro?
Yes, Your Worship. The consultant, in reading through the transcript with the proponent, apparently was trying to answer two different questions in the same answer. So they do have the undertakings of an EIS that they're working towards in advance of a possible planning application coming forward, but it's not their intention nor their desire now or at the previous meeting that they would complete an EIS prior to removal of the ash trees.
Councilor Luberts?
Yes, thank you very much, Mayor Redekop. And if you can, I don't have a copy of the motion now because we changed it and there's an amendment. But Councilor Pissarro is asking that something be according to staff's recommendation. And I think that when it comes to these environmental issues, the nesting season would be determined by M&R or the appropriate agency and not staff. If we're going to be going to the professionals for advice, we need to get professional advice on all aspects. I think the nesting season is going to be determined by staff. Is that what is in the motion?
Well, it is as a means of ascertaining what species it is that is being concerned about. So could be bats, which may have a different nesting season than some other type of bird, such as a red-headed woodpecker, which was referred
Yes.
to in previous correspondence.
Yeah,
So
I understand that, but does it not say that the nesting season would be determined by staff?
that was suggested by Councilor Pissarro, and it's part of this motion.
Yes, and I would ask, maybe we can make a friendly amendment just to make sure that that's determined by the authorities that are responsible,
So you're talking about the MNR?
M&R or whatever ministry is there.
Okay.
Because nesting season is not something that our staff determines.
All right.
We find that information from the appropriate agencies.
So Councilor Pissarro, do you consider that to be a friendly amendment?
No, I would consider changing the word determined to communicated by. The spirit of the motion is that we rely on staff for the information. They will go out and speak to those experts and agencies, then provide council with a recommendation. So I'd still like it to be staff that informs council.
Right. Ultimately, the decision to approve the cutting is going to be council's.
Yes, Your Worship.
So ultimately, council will make the final decision after these various steps have been gone through by the.
Yes, I
owner.
understand that, Mayor Redekop, but I would prefer to make my final decision based on information that I received from the proper agencies.
And these,
But I understand where this is going. And then, as far as the bats go, and the hearsay that bats don't care for ash trees or they don't use ash trees, I would like documentation to bring that for something to substantiate what whoever it is saying that bats don't care for, they don't use ash trees. We can't just go by hearsay. We have to have documentation in front of us that says that this is the case. And I don't know that Elizabeth Reimer from MNRF, who's a management biologist, would not know. I would think that she would know that what she's saying in her letter here that she sent to our clerk is pretty accurate.
okay, so that would be something that staff would provide to us later on. If they're making comments on a nesting season, then you're wanting some background information.
Well, the problem is here, Mayor Redekop, is we're going to be approving a motion, and we don't have the proper information in front of us. I got hearsay that the bats don't care for an ash tree, but I don't have any documentation. How can we vote on something we don't have the proper information?
Well, it doesn't, so it's clear that the representative of the Ministry of Natural Resources wasn't suggesting that bats only utilize ash trees. My reading of this letter was that the bats could be in the woodlot, and so any cutting in the woodlot could have an impact on them. That gets us to the recommendation that there be no cutting during the nesting season, which may be relative to bats, could be other birds. And so we're going to be asking, according to this resolution, staff will be taking that into account, and there will be no removal of trees during nesting season, and we'll get information from staff as to what nesting seasons may be applicable.
Yes, I understand, Mayor Redekop, but let's not get confused over the active season or the nesting season. I don't know that I think for bats, it's the active season for the bats. It doesn't say nesting season. Because nesting season for birds, I think that expires soon. We got that in the other report. That doesn't go till October.
Okay, so there is a distinction between nesting and active. Quite right.
Yes.
So did you want to move an amendment?
Well, yeah, this should be included in the amendment.
Okay. Councilor Passero does talk about active season for the bats.
No, it does, and my motion is nesting season, which is what the proponent's committed to. I mean, you could find a bird every month of the year that's active during a different month. The goal is to allow these individuals to take down the ash trees. They're coming down anyways, we want to do it safely, so I would like it to remain as is during nesting season, rely on staff to get that advice. You know, whatever other legislation there is, as the email we got today spoke to it, it's the proponent's responsibility to comply with ESA, other M&R policies. They're, you know, some of the things in her email, she's saying that they recommend certain things. That's not necessarily a directive, but it'll be up to the proponent to make sure that they are in compliance with the M&R. It's not for us to dictate that, and we'll rely on staff to convey that information at the appropriate time.
Councilor Luberts, did you want to move
Yes.
an amendment?
Pardon me?
Did you want to move an amendment?
Yes, I want to move the amendment.
Okay, so the amendment is?
That we include in that none of the trees are removed between May 1st and October 15th, the bat active season of May 1st to October 15th.
Instead of nesting season.
That's right, yeah.
Okay, is there a seconder for that?
I didn't think so. But if I may, Mayor
Yes, you
Redekop,
still have the floor.
just to follow up on Councilor Passero. Yes, Councilor Passero, Elizabeth Reimer, she does say in this letter, recommend this and recommend that. But she also says at the beginning of her letter that this is all under Endangered Species Act. And I just want to let council know, I'm not going to support anything that might violate that. And the bat that she's discussing is a bat that may be a species at risk. And we've been through that with this council on several different properties in the town of Fort Erie. And I want to caution everybody that we don't want to be violating the Species at Risk Act. And we can ask Ed Ludzik, right, our town solicitor, right, because there are case law out there. There is areas where other people have violated the Species at Risk Act, and they were found liable and negligent. And I don't want the town of Fort Erie to be negligent when it comes to species at risk.
Okay, that's something.
So I won't be supporting this at all.
Okay. Mr. Brady, during Councilor Passero's comments, he did indicate that staff will be expected to alert the owners of the property to the species at risk legislation if they're not, and I presume that you'd be doing that?
I believe they already have, but
You'll confirm that?
Yes.
All right. Any further discussion with respect to this? Before
Mayor Redekop, I understand what you're saying about the owners of the property being notified, but if we approve this, we are approving it.
Beg your pardon?
We are approving that they can go out there and mess around with the species at risk. We're liable. Let's just get that straight.
Okay, well,
We
that-
can tell the owner all we want, but we're the ones that are are saying, yeah, it's okay for you to go in there. And if they violate, I don't want to be any part of that violation.
Right. There are a number of conditions that are being placed on this. However, is there anyone else who wishes to speak to the motion? So I'm sorry, Councilor McDermott?
Yes, Your Worship, I'm a little bit confused about even this letter that we received. It doesn't say that there are bats here. It says there may be species at risk, bats using the wooded area. There may be. It doesn't say there are. It just says there may be. So when we get letters like this, you know, they're not clear. It just basically states, you know, this could be there. I don't believe council is asking anybody to break the Endangered Species Act. I think it's just quite clear that there's a potential for trees to fall down on people's property that are dead, that we're taking down all throughout the town. And nobody seems to worry about that, to the tune of, I don't know how many million we've spent up to this point. We're pretty close to being $1 million anyway. So, and apparently we don't worry about the bats in those cases. We just do in certain places. So, I mean, if this would have clearly told me that there are bats in the area and that they're hanging out in the trees there, that might be a different story, but they're not telling me that. So I will support Councilor Purcell.
Okay. Any further questions or comments before I go back to Councilor Luberts for the second and final time? Councilor Luberts?
Yes, thank you very much, Mayor Redekop. And I understand where Councilor McDermott is coming from. And yes, she does say that there may be bats, but that's the whole concept of this your letter from Ms. Reimer, is the fact that before you go in, you need to determine what you have. That's what the impact part of an EIS is, the impact that you will cause if you move forward. And that needs to be determined before you do what you want to do. So before you go in there and cut any trees, you need to know what will be the impact. And then if the impact is minimal or it can be mitigated, then you can move forward. But we're just going in there with a blank check. And we're going in there and it's a free-for-all. Just go do what you got to do because there's no real stipulations. But remember, we have to follow Endangered Species Act, and that's what we're legislated by. We're not legislated by what we think is best for the community. We are legislated by the act.
Okay, Councilor Nutt, if you feel it's necessary.
Well, I do feel it's necessary because Councilor Luberts just stated something that's factually inaccurate. We are going in there with a
Not a
detailed.
free-for-all, yeah.
It's not a free-for-all. We are saying ash trees. We're removing them all throughout town. I have many wood lots in my area, in my ward, and those trees are getting cut down, and there's no discussion of is there any impact to any type of species in that area. They're a danger. They need to be removed. We've all come to agreement on that. We've budgeted for it. That's the plan the town has taken. It's factually inaccurate. The motion is very targeted and very specific to ash trees. They represent a danger. We all agree to that. They need to be removed.
Anyone else? Then, Councilor Basuro, we've agreed that when there's a motion that's amended, that it be read out in its entirety. I know that you've got the supplementary conditions that you've added as part of the email, so could you read us then the motion as it now stands?
Yes, Your Worship. So the substantive part then is that the resolution be amended to provide EC overlay remain on the entirety of 3285 Thunder Bay Road, and that the selective removal of dead ash trees is permitted, subject to the following conditions of council: that the proponent engage a certified arborist to identify non-ash trees on the site, that these trees are tagged and a plan is prepared for submission to the town that identifies the location and species of these non-ash trees, identify on the plan the location of the access corridor. Only dead ash trees can be removed to establish the access corridor. Town staff will need to approve the plan prior to any cutting of ash trees or the establishment of the access corridor. All trees, when cut down, must be removed from the site, leaving it in a tidy condition. No trees may be cut or removed during the nesting season, with additional information to be provided by town staff.
The original motion makes reference to approval by council. I don't know that you got that in there.
Yeah, so I should cycle back, so we can say that the removal of the dead ash trees cannot be carried out until council approves the plan submitted, something like that. But you're right, that was in the first paragraph.
Right.
So these were just the clauses to go along.
Right, so it's subject to approval by council and the following plan.
Yes.
Okay, is everybody clear on that?
Mayor Redekop, I'd like a registered vote too, please.
I was just going to ask for that, Your Worship.
Okay. So, Madam Clerk, the vote?
Councillor McDermott. Councillor Butler. Councillor Nutt.
Yes.
Councillor Zanko.
Yes.
Councillor Passero.
Yes.
Mayor Redekop.
Yes.
Mayor, we have 5 in favor, 1 against. The vote carries.
Thank you. That takes us to the next motion, Councillor Nutt.
Thank you, Your Worship. Moved by myself, seconded by Councillor Zanko, that council supports the Township of Baldwin's resolution to request the cancellation of Bill C-71.
Do you wish to speak to that, Councillor Nutt?
I do, Your Worship. First off, I would like to give some context for everybody on why I think this motion should be supported, and it has to do with the process that the federal Liberals took. And I'll just to give everybody a little bit of the background. So in March, there was a request made by Larry Miller, an opposition member of parliament, where he requested the details on the government's consultation sessions. Actually, it was in April 18th to be exact. Minister Goodale then submitted 53 individual lists of the people that were consulted, including some very prominent people that belong to Sportsman's Club, the Canadian Shooting Sports Association, etc. These individuals were on the list that were being consulted, but in a recent news article and through some investigative reporting, the Hill Times reported in 2018 that Heather Bear, an official with the Assembly of the First Nations, was on the list and never consulted. That Tracy Wilson was listed on the table and has made regular contact with parliamentarians asking to speak at the Summit for Gun Rights, was denied. She was on the list as being consulted. That Alison DeGroot, the managing director of the Canadian Sports Arms and Ammunition Association, the country's main industry group, and the first person whose name appears on the list, said that she submitted several requests to meet with the ministry staff about Bill C-71, and was asked to speak at the House of Commons Review Committee. DeGroot and Wes Winkle, also of the CS AAA, attended the government summit, but were denied the opportunity to speak and present evidence as to why Bill C-71 should be canceled. The basis of the C-71 is so that the government can reintroduce the Long Gun Registry Act. It puts all the onus on gun sellers to keep and maintain records indefinitely, and they have to be turned over to the RCMP at any point in time that they're requested. By de facto it is, but the purpose of C-71, and if you take the point of view of Mayor John Tory, was to address gangs and guns. This bill does none of that. And the fact that there wasn't proper consultation with the Aboriginal community, there wasn't proper consultation with the majority of people that Mr. Goodell listed out as consulting. Now, these people are on the record officially saying, hey, I'm on the list, but I was never consulted. So that's why I thought it a good idea to support this resolution, and I hope that the rest of the council will vote in favor of supporting it as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Nutt. Is there anyone else that wishes to speak to the resolution? All those in favor? Opposed? That is carried. Councillor Passero, you have another resolution.
Thank you, Your Worship. Moved by myself, seconded by Councillor Zanko. I should reference that this has to do with the stormwater management pond north of Albany Street, in between Albert and Nancy, because that doesn't appear in the text, but that's what this is concerning. It is that council directs staff to, one, if feasible, alter the design to increase the distance between the property line on the eastern boundary and the proposed service driveway. Number two, create a landscaped buffer between the eastern property line and the proposed service driveway. Three, close the existing access point from Nancy Street and remove the section of sidewalk that extends from Nancy Street to the stormwater management pond property line. Four, extend the asphalt path around the entire perimeter of Phase 1 so it begins and terminates at Albany Street. Five, ensure that the access points from Albany Street are designed to restrict ATVs, snowmobiles, and other motorized recreational vehicles. And six, postpone the removal of the remaining woodlot until such time as the future phases of the stormwater management pond are ready to proceed.
Councillor Passero, did you wish to speak to that?
Yes, Your Worship. So a few weeks back, maybe even months back, neighbors on Nancy Street returned home to see the complete destruction or almost complete destruction of their woodlot for a stormwater management pond, which had been previously contemplated. It was proposed. It has been discussed at various council meetings. But unless you have a hard time sleeping at night, you don't usually always listen to council meetings on audio. So a lot of phone calls started coming in to myself, to staff. I had a number of conversations with residents on both sides, both Nancy Street and Albert Street, to update them as to what is happening. I do believe a number of individuals on Nancy Street at the time their homes were built were maybe not given the full story as to what could or couldn't happen with the property behind them. I believe that the predominant fact was more than likely you'll never have any homes behind you. A lot of people take that to believe the woodlot will always be there. Well, there's a lot of things that can be done with the property that aren't necessarily homes. So it really did catch a lot of people off guard. So this is an effort of compromise amongst residents from Albert Street, Nancy, to deal with the fact that there is a stormwater management pond going in. That's not changing. But I would like to thank staff, both planning and infrastructure, for their work in helping me to reach this compromise. The residents are in favor as it addresses a number of their concerns, gives them some timelines, at least gives them knowledge of what they will be facing now and into the future. And hopefully I can get council support because the residents would very much like to know where do we go from here, and this answers a lot of their questions.
Thank you. Does anyone else wish to speak to the motion? Not all in favor? Unopposed, that is carried. Thank you. And Councillor Zanko, you have the final motion.
Yes, thank you. Moved by myself, seconded by Councillor Nutt, that council directs staff to change the transit bus stop back to across the Fort Erie Native Friendship Center on Buffalo Road.
Do you wish to speak to that, Councillor Zanko?
Sure, I can. It's quite simple. We've recently moved the stop, and it's caused some safety concerns for residents. They now have school buses and the transit stopping in the same area, and the area itself has more homes. We've had the bus stop across from the Fort Erie Native Center for many, many years without problem. So to me, it just makes sense to move it back.
Does anyone else wish to speak to the motion? Mr. Walsh, you've provided us with a photograph of the area, of what appears to be supposedly the current location of the bus stop. And this would indicate that the move would be further to the north on Buffalo Road. My understanding is that there are buses traveling in two directions on this road. And the buses going south, which would be on the west side of Buffalo Road, would be the ones, I presume, that most impact the the driveways on that side of the road. Do you have any comments with respect to the motion?
To the motion itself, the matter was discussed at Transit Advisory Committee following a request from Councillor Zanko a few weeks ago. I'm assuming the request is for the southbound stop that's at the northwest corner of Nye and Buffalo to move further to the north opposite the existing driveway. If I could receive clarification from that.
Is that correct, Councillor Zanko? Yes.
All right. And for council's information, Councillor Zanko had said the previous stop was there. That's slightly incorrect in that the previous system was a flag stop service, and the bus stopped likely at both the Friendship Center driveway and the childcare, the daycare facility. So further to Councillor Zanko's motion, I'm assuming there's 4 driveways on the west side of Buffalo. I'm assuming that the most appropriate place would be to the north of the 4th driveway on the west side.
Well, Mr. Waltz, I see 4 driveways in total.
That's, well, I see 5 driveways on the west side, north of Nye Road.
So where's the 5th driveway?
It would be further to the north.
It looks like an entrance to a field.
No.
All right, so you're suggesting then, Mr. Waltz, that the stop would be between the 4th and 5th driveways?
Yes, opposite the main driveway for the Fort Erie Native Center.
All right, so that's your understanding, Councillor Zanko? All right, so as long as it doesn't block another driveway, I mean, I don't think it's the intent to block another driveway. Right. Okay, is everybody clear on the motion? Any further questions or comments?
If I may, Mayor?
Sure.
One last question to Councillor Zanko. You're not proposing to relocate the bus stop on the east side?
The for buses going north?
That's correct. So that's my question there.
Councillor Zanko?
For efficiency purposes, if you wanted to put both stops at the same spot, north and south, I don't know, that seems to make more sense to me.
Yes, I agree with you on that point. Thank you.
Okay. Okay, so is everyone clear then what the outcome will be if the motion is passed? All those in favor? None opposed, that is carried. That then takes us to reports, and Councillor Lubert, you have the motion for the Land Committee minutes.
Yes, thank you very much, Mayor Redekop. Moved by myself and seconded by Councilor McDermott that CAO-10 LC 26-2018 Land Matters, May 17, 2018 Land Committee minutes. That council receives the May 17, 2018 Land Committee meeting minutes attached as Appendix 1 to report CAO 10 LC 06 2018, and further, council approves the recommended tasks as outlined in Appendix 2.
Okay, the report is on the floor for questions or comments. Councillor Passero.
Thank you, Worship. I'd like to ask that we remove recommendation number 3 for separate discussion and voting. That would be regards to the lease with Heritage Arts.
Okay, seconder for that? Councillor Zanko. All those in favor of removing item 3? That is carried. So let's deal with the balance of the recommendations, not including recommendation 3. Are there any further questions or comments? All those in favor? None opposed, that is carried. That takes us to recommendation number 3. Councillor Basuro, you wanted to speak to that?
Yes, I would, Your Worship. Given what we heard from the delegation and in conversations with staff as well, I'd like to first ask the clerk through you for some guidance. If I was looking to propose an alternative, and the alternative would be an extension in some way, shape, or form, would that be an amendment, or would we need to vote this down first? Would it change substantially what we are recommending?
Madam Clerk?
I believe we could do this as an amendment.
I agree.
So I would like to propose an amendment, hopefully I could find a seconder, that we do extend this lease for 6 months.
That would be to December the 31st?
Yes. I think that gets us through, I'm sorry, I don't think I can speak yet until we, can I speak to that, Your Worship? There's a couple more
You've moved it,
clauses.
and do we have a seconder? Councillor Butler seconded, so you can speak to it.
Okay, thank you. My expectation would be that in 120 days from now, that staff would report to council. Let me back up. I think that we need to have a conversation with the proponents, if we go this route, about what would be expected of them as far as hours and what they could be fulfilled. I think there's some middle ground there that we need to find. Based on that expectation, 120 days into the 6-month lease, I'd like to see a report from staff that says whether or not they met their obligations. I think at that point, there's 30 days time to get it before council for a yes or a no, and at that point, there could be 30 days notice to the proponent that you're either staying or you're leaving. Further to that, I just want to remind my colleagues why we are where we are with regards to the Sports Museum where it is. We had tried unsuccessfully for many years to have a long-standing tenant in that space. The mere nature of the operations of that building being seasonal, we had a hard time finding anybody who was retail. We had this group that stepped up, that had this idea, that said, let us make a run at it. And over the last 3 years, if you include the utilities offset, we've taken about $10,000 from them. I think if our only issue to date, and I haven't seen otherwise, has been their failure to meet the obligations, which I would present as onerous. I think if you were to go back to those people 3 years ago and said, do you really think you could make this commitment? The answer is probably no. But in the flurry of an exciting idea and wanting to get this done, they probably said yes, and it came to bite them. So that's what I'd like to put on the floor for consideration. I think to boot a tenant for something that we could find an amendment to the agreement, I think is slightly harsh, especially when they did do us a service 3 years ago, because I don't think you'd have had anybody in there the past 3 years to the tune of $10,000, given the seasonal nature of that building. So I'd like to put that out there for council's consideration.
Okay, so a couple of questions. Number one, without something further, the extension of the lease would involve precisely the same terms that it has now. I believe that you're suggesting that there should be an alteration to the proposed hours of operation. How do we get to that?
So I would, if this goes forward tonight, I would suggest that we request a proposal from the group. I believe that they have already included that in the document that they submitted to us tonight as part of their delegation for review by staff. The current one expires June 30th. We don't meet prior to then, so prior to the expiration. So we're kind of going out on a wing and a prayer here, assuming that a compromise can be found. I believe that it can be. I don't really want to hold it up due to that. But to your question, Your Worship, yes, all other clauses would remain the same. I don't believe, and Mr. Cook can correct me if I'm wrong, but I don't believe that the group had any other changes they were requesting to the lease. He's shaking his head no, so I would submit that all other clauses remain the same in the lease agreement.
So just from a, so it's clear that the motion is to extend the lease to December the 31st. It's clear that there's an intention that there be some revision of the required hours of operation. And it's also clear that there's an expectation that there will be information provided to council 120 days into the lease so that there can be a consideration as to whether there should be further extension of the lease.
Yes, Your Worship, and that further extension would be under the same conditions, which I believe is a 2-year option at
Right.
this point. So this 6 months would not cut into that 2-year option. I'm looking to extend the current contract by 6 months, and then council would give due consideration to a 2-year extension at that time.
All right, so let me just, so I think what you're, with respect, I think what you're saying is that your motion is that this lease be extended to December 31st, 2017, subject to staff providing to council recommendations as to hours of operation and provisions for review of the performance under the lease terms 120 days from the renewal. I'm thinking that we need to hear back from staff next month with respect to what they've worked out. In the meantime, the first part, which says extend it to December the 31st, will grant the latitude for those discussions to take place. But I do think we need to get an understanding of what the hours of operation will be. We need to have some control over that. And we do need to have a provision about the 120-day review. So I think those elements need to be in there. That's not as clear as it could be, but while I'm trying to further figure out how we would word this, does anyone else have any questions or comments?
Your Worship, I think you just misspoke. You had said 2017, but it would be December 31st, of course, 2018.
Yes, and I even wrote down 2017. Oh, the good old days. Yeah. Councillor Luberts.
Yes, thank you very much, Mayor Redekop. I'm going to support the recommendation by Councilor Passero, but I have a question of staff, and maybe I can ask the CAO. What the Land Committee recommended that we not renew it, and then we go look for another organization. Do we have another organization in mind?
Mr. Cookett.
Through your worship to the councillor, yeah, just to provide some further background information. The current lease agreement is for 3 years with an optional 2. We found that they weren't meeting the requirements of the lease with their hours of operation, and we did meet with the Heritage Arts Group back in early 2018. So we did give them an opportunity to provide us with a schedule to basically show that they could meet the hours. The revised submission still was nowhere near the hours required in the lease agreement. I just want to make that clear. We did give them an option to provide a better schedule. We have been approached by a group, and I think Ruby had alluded to it. Some have broken away from the Heritage Arts Group, and they're willing to take it over and are working with a not-for-profit organization. So they want to partner with this group, which will allow them to make funding applications through Trillium or whatever may be out there. So there is that, but these individuals at this point have not formed a not-for-profit corporation. It's a bunch of individuals. So if they were, and council did allow them to take it over, they would have to form a not-for-profit, and the lease would be with them. So I hear what Councilor Passero was saying, because that would give them an opportunity to get all their ducks in a row if this did not work out. But we did provide the group with an option to provide increased hours of operation. I just want to make that clear.
Yes, and thank you very much. And I'm just going to go by my understanding of the way things are. It's not a nonprofit organization yet. It hasn't been incorporated. And from my understanding, if you're going to apply for like Trillium funding or something, you have to be established for a certain period of time. And I would think that if they're going to ask for bingos, our policy is you have to be established for at least 1 year. So I understand what we're saying here, but I think we don't throw someone out until we have someone to replace them. So, and I mean, I don't even know if it's that we should throw them out, because from my understanding, it's a group of people from the same organization that want to form their own organization. Looks to me like there's some internal problems with the organization, but that's not for us to figure out. We need somebody in there, but I don't know that we should do it now. I think that we should give everybody the opportunity to establish themselves. And if there's a new organization, let's see if they can establish themselves for a year, and then we'll give the extension, and then we'll see where that extension goes from there. Because let's keep into consideration these people that are going to form the group. It sounds to me like they were part of the Heritage Group, and they quit. So what happens if they have some internal problems with the new group? They're going to quit again? We need volunteers to man the hours at the store. And so I would think that it would be better that we extend at this point. Thank you.
Any other comments? So Councilor Pacero, let me see if this is what you're suggesting, that for the amendment, the council extend the lease for Heritage Arts to December 31st, 2018, subject to staff providing a report to council on July the 9th as to the revised hours of operation and provisions for review of performance of the lease terms 120 days into the lease renewal.
Yes, Your Worship.
Is everyone clear on that? All those in favor? None opposed, that is carried. That then takes us to the next report, Councillor Butler, which relates to the funding strategy for a new amalgamated fire station.
Yes, thank you, Your Worship. Moved by myself, seconded by Councillor McDermott, that FES-03-2018 funding strategy for the construction of the new amalgamated fire station in the Ridgeway and Crystal Beach area, that council receives the proposed funding strategy for the construction of a new amalgamated fire station in the Ridgeway and Crystal Beach area.
Are there any questions or comments with respect to this report? There being none, all those in favor? None opposed, that is carried. That takes us to the next report. Councillor Nutt, you have that relates to CN 6218 steam engine repair.
Thank you, Your Worship. Moved by myself, seconded by Councillor Zenko, that COS 022018, CN 6218 steam engine repair stage 1 update, that council amends the 2018 capital budget to supplemental capital project STEN 10 for steam engine repair by $25,000 to be funded from the museum capital reserve.
Are there any questions or comments about the recommendations contained in the report? Councillor Luberts?
No, thank you very much, Mayor Redekop. No question, but I just wanted to make a comment. It doesn't surprise me at all that there would be a cost overrun on this project, simply for the fact that being involved in construction, I don't know anything about doing steam engine repair, but when you get into construction, a lot of times, reconstruction especially, you really don't know what you're getting into. So for this year to come up as a cost overrun for $25,000, I can understand that would happen, and I'd fully support the approval.
A lot of credit is due to Jane Davies, because she did a lot of investigation with respect to this and was able to actually come up with reduced estimates for the work. They were much higher. She went out, did some further homework, was able to get reduction. And the report does indicate that the second stage actually will come in under budget, or is expected to come in significantly under budget, which will cover these additional costs. Councilor Pacero?
Thank you, Your Worship, for highlighting that. I would be very disappointed if the headline read 62 over budget by 25,000, because when we speak to the total project cost, we are right on. The Museum and Cultural Heritage Committee is 100% behind this plan, and they'll be very happy if council supports it to continue moving forward tonight.
Right, thank you. Are there any further questions or comments? If not, all those in favor of the report? That is unanimous. That then takes us to the next resolution, Councilor Zanko, relative to our 2017 audited financial report.
Yes, thank you. Moved by myself, seconded by Councilor Pacero. CS 08-2018, the 2017 audited financial report. The council receives for information report number CS 08-2018 regarding the 2017 annual financial report attached as Appendix 1 and published in accordance with Section 295 of the Municipal Act 2001, and further, that council allocates $1,656,426 to the 2017 general levy operating budget surplus as follows: $150,000 to the road refurbishing reserve, $300,000 to the fire station reserve, $400,000 to the emergency management reserve, $16,590 to the BIA and Crystal Beach Beautification Committee surpluses be carried forward to 2018, and further, that $786,836 to the general levy rate stabilization reserve. That council amends the 2018 general levy operating budget by $35,000 with funds from the general levy rate stabilization reserve for roads maintenance, and further, that council amends the 2018 capital budget to increase the road resurfacing program RSRF 18 by $150,000 with funds from the road refurbishing reserve.
Thank you. Are there any questions or comments with respect to the report or the recommendations? Councilor Zanko?
Thank you. Through you to Mr. Walsh, with regard to the $150,000 additional to the road refurbishing reserve, and then the $789,836 to the general levy rate stabilization reserve. I'm just curious why we wouldn't be putting more into the road refurbishing reserve when we have so many roads on the list that require refurbishing.
Mr. Jansen, I think you would probably be best able to answer that. Maybe
Yes,
start
sir.
with the 789 that goes into the general rate stabilization fund.
Sure. The $789,000 that's being transferred to that reserve has already been committed in earlier reports this year for increases to the Bay Beach and Crystal Ridge Park improvements capital projects. So those two alone were $740,000. In addition to the fact that the $35,000 below for road maintenance is also relying on that funding. So those funds are already being dedicated to other purposes.
That makes sense. Thank you.
What about, and you also had a question about the roads, 150,000 for the roads?
Well, I know that that's basically predetermined what we're, yeah. Yeah, no, that did answer my question. Thank you.
Okay. Any other questions or comments with respect to this? Mr. Jansen, I just had some questions with respect to the emergency management reserve, which is primarily to deal with the emerald ash borer and the devastation that it's created. How far, like what is the reserve with respect to that now, if this 400,000 is added to it? Or do you know that offhand?
Yeah, that reserve fund is not dedicated for the emerald ash borer tree replacement. What the town has done is that the nature of that reserve is for general emergency management, and we've deemed this issue, although not perhaps truly emergency in nature, but it's a critical issue that we've used through this reserve. Certainly it does have risk and liability issues associated with it, but the fund is the target for that reserve fund is actually identified as 1 year's cost for their winter control. So that reserve is intended to be a buffer for the more difficult years that can be drawn on. So it's a bit of a mix of funding in there. In terms of how much we have in there, with the $400,000, I believe we will be at around 1.5 million in 2018.
So those funds are expended by direction of council on advice from staff?
That's correct.
Okay, that's fine, thank you. Any other questions or comments? All those in favor of the recommendations in the report? None opposed, that is carried. Councilor McDermott, you have the next resolution relative to the Bridgeburg BIA streetscape improvements.
Thank you, Worship. Moved by myself, seconded by Councilor Butler, that council approves the Bridgeburg Business District Streetscape Plan, and further, that council amends the 2018 capital budget to add the Bridgeburg Business District Streetscape Plan Capital Project, BRID 18, in the amount of $350,000 with grant funding of $56,756.09 from the Ontario Main Street Revitalization Initiative, $201,971 from the Road Refurbishing Reserve, $35,619 from the Sanitary Sewer Refurbishing Reserve, $24,671 from the Storm Sewer Refurbishing Reserve, and $30,983 from the Water Refurbishing Reserve.
The report's on the floor for questions or comments. So, yes, please do, Councilor McDermott.
So, Your Worship, when I first took office 3 years ago, I was challenging the BIA to up its game and to get ready for the growth that was going to be coming ahead in the future. Some of that was the CMS, some of that was the residential growth that's coming along, and some of the other areas. And since then, you know, they've been very proactive in trying to do a number of things, and that's to increase their presence in the community and to bring in new business, which they've been quite good at, really. We've made some real headway. We believe that this plan will, you know, make the Bridgeburg District more marketable and will increase opportunities for businesses over the future. Now, these downtown plans just don't take off. Ridgeway, for instance, waited some time, but they had to be ready so that when infrastructure funding from the federal and provincial government could work on a three-way match, we have to be actually ready before we can get that type of money. And I know the timing is probably not the best, but I've made a commitment to the Bridgeburg BIA that if they had this, brought this forward in a timely fashion, which they did, I would support them here this evening. So the other thing I'd just like to say, Your Worship, is, you know, I've been around a long time in this community, and I've seen some wonderful glossy renderings of what the North End should look like. I've seen some beautiful books, and all I can say is only one can dream. The thing that I want to see is a plan that we could put forward tonight and actually not have to look at a book about it to see it in reality. And I think this gets us started to planning the North End revitalization. I think it's absolutely necessary to you know, increase the economy that we have at the North End. And that's why I'm fully supporting this evening.
Thank you very much, Councilor McDermott. Any other councilors wish to comment? Question? Yes, please.
Thank you. Comment actually and a question. I do agree it's a beautiful plan, and I think it gives us a starting point. My main concern is the $201,000 that are taken from our road refurbishing reserves. I've spoken for many years now with regard to our roads. So my question is, through you, Mr. Mayor, to Mr. Walsh. That $201,000 that will be taken from our road refurbishing reserves, do we have roads ready for repair that would be utilizing this $201,000? Meaning if we use this for the streetscaping plan, we're taking, is it fair to say that we're taking away from some roads that we currently have on the list for repair?
Mr. Walsh.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, that would be a fair statement. Our reserves, we try to run with a one-year balance in them, but the funding in all reserves, all of our refurbishing reserves, is earmarked for a project.
Councillor Zanko.
And maybe through you to Mr. Jansen, and I hate to put you on the spot, Mr. Jansen, but is there another area that we could perhaps save for this type of funding rather than taking it away from some projects that might be on the go? Maybe through our rate stabilization reserves?
Mr. Jansen.
Through you to the councillor. To be consistent, and I think based on the nature of the reserves and how we do try and use those as guardrails for their purposes, I would recommend staying with the way the allocations or the funding has been recommended. We do prefer to use capital reserves for capital purposes, which this ultimately would represent. The general levy rate stabilization reserve has been relied on quite consistently the last year or two, including the first part of this year, as noted in the previous report with some of the increases to other capital projects. That was done through the general levy rate stabilization reserve more as a temporary measure where we knew we were allocating funds through the surplus and that they would be drawn on back out immediately. So they could have alternatively gone through a capital reserve as well, but that was done for a different purpose using surplus funds. So the shorter answer is yes, there are other reserves we could use, but my preference would be to keep it as recommended.
Mr. Jansen, that's because a large portion of this work ultimately, although this is just design work, a large portion will relate to roads, stormwater, sanitary sewer, et cetera?
That's correct. I think infrastructure services and planning have looked at the amounts by component and tried to use those respective reserves.
Councillor Zanko.
Nothing further, thank you.
Any other councillors? Councillor Luberts.
Yes, thank you very much, Mayor Redekop. Just looking at the report, and they got some pictures in here of the paving stones and whatnot, and I'm just wondering, I guess my question would go to Mr. Walsh. Instead of having these paving stones, could we not get some colored concrete and stamp it? And I'll tell you why I'm asking for this. We went through this, and I think we went through this with this council down in Crystal Beach. The paving stones ended up full of weeds, and they're hard to clean up. And we have a ban on weed killer, so we can't get in there and clean them up as well as we wanted to. So we removed them all and filled that little gap between the sidewalk and the curb with concrete. And but I'm thinking here, if we look at an alternative of using concrete, we can use colored and stamp it like it's paving stones, and then we don't have those gaps and we don't have those problems with the weeds.
So Councillor Luberts, I'm going to ask Mr. Walsh to answer that, but I just happened to come across this particular issue at my own home because I've got a lot of pavers, interlocking pavers around my home. And it's a constant struggle with the weeds. So I asked a very experienced landscaper about stamped concrete, and he grimaced because he said it'll crack. And then when it cracks, you can't even, then you're stuck with it. But anyways, Mr. Walsh, any comments?
To further your thoughts on that, Mr. Mayor, the one problem that we found with stamped colored concrete is that you can never match it again. Invariably, or inevitably, we'll have to dig up a portion of this road because some underground infrastructure will fail, as it always does, and the repair will look nothing like what was there originally. In Mr. White's presentation, there were a few photos of works in Fond Hill there, which I'm very proud to say I was a key contributor to. And one of the reasons that the town of Pelham went with interlocking brick was its two things: was its durability, that it could be replaced in the same fashion when it was removed, and further that the brick today stands up very well. You don't get a lot of cracking in it. But if it's used properly, if there's a lot of traffic, whether it's foot traffic or vehicle traffic, the weeds don't build up.
Councillor Luberts.
Yes, thank you very much. It was just a suggestion, and I just want to let council know, if we go that way, I understand that concrete cracks, well, this is all crack. In between each brick, there's a crack.
Yep.
And unless we're prepared to do steady maintenance, right, on this, and we have to understand, then we have to do steady maintenance around the rest of the town when it comes to weeds, around the sidewalks. Because if I drive around this town right now, I can tell you I see it everywhere. So maybe we should start implementing a weed control program on our downtown cores now, because we're going to have to do it here. And I don't have a problem with the paving stones, don't get me wrong. If that's the way we want to go, I'll go that way. But the maintenance is going to be an extra cost, and we need to understand that. But the whole plan I like. But the only thing I would ask, maybe, and with the people down in Bridgeburg, I wonder if they would consider maybe in the summer months having this as a pedestrian mall, because you're going to narrow everything. They're talking about cafes and maybe some retail stores with some racks out there with their clothing or whatever. And if you could just close it down for a month maybe and have it as a pedestrian mall. But if we think that way, then we need to make sure we put the infrastructure in place so that we can do it if we decide that that's what we would do. Of course, it would be all the businesses that would decide that. But that's something that we might want to consider. Thank you.
Councillor Butler.
Thank you, Your Worship. I just wonder if you can make some clarifications for me, because I'm a little confused. Councillor Luberts is talking as though, these plans are it with respect to the groundwork, but this is just a design work budget, correct? Where we would hire someone who would come up with a design that, if by chance the grants were to come available, then we could budget towards that. Is that not what we're doing here tonight?
I think we're approving the concept, and then the design work. It says council approves the Bridgeburg Business District Streetscape Plan, which is what was presented this evening. And then the design work would follow from that. That's my understanding. Mr. Brady, and he's nodding his head up and down.
That's correct.
So that this would be the plan. And the design work would follow from that.
Okay, so from my estimation, I don't have a problem with approving monies towards improving the BIA streetscape. I'm not necessarily sure I'm in love with the plan that they presented this evening, and why we wouldn't have had a back and forth conversation with respect to it. So that's where my dilemma is at this point. I don't have a problem funding. I have a problem with going with one design work.
Okay, no, that's fine. Any other questions or comments? Councilor Pacero?
Thank you, Your Worship. Just to help Councillor Butler out, so this is much more than just a design. So this money would actually fund the construction drawings. So it would be ready to go should council either commit to capital funding over a long period or grants would come into due, but the project would be able to happen. So much more are we getting for the dollars than just kind of another glitzy photo. But to your point about design elements, you know, we're if this goes forward, we're allocating so many dollars for construction drawings. That doesn't necessarily start tomorrow. So if you have some concerns or some like-to-sees, I would communicate those with Councillor McDermott so that those could be amended or changed prior to the actual construction drawings being done. But approving this doesn't necessarily start the train, no pun intended, to that, but it at least says we're going to allocate the money to do the construction drawings. So we are getting something for the money versus just another design in quotation marks.
I think it's important that we have some input. I agree with Councillor Luberts and the mayor with respect to, you know, their suggestions as well. I think there should be some input. I think pending the approval of this, that maybe we can amend that we have that input.
Well, I
Not
think,
an amendment, but at least let them know that we, you know, as a community should have some input.
so the input from the community would have been from the BIA, and I'm not sure if there was public consultation. Councillor McDermott says there was. So that, I mean, at this stage of the game, Councillor Butler, if this is approved, then this goes forward in the concept that's been presented. If you got a problem with that and you want more input.
I didn't realize that there was an open house already, or a public house.
Okay. Councillor Pacero.
Thank you, Your Worship. Yeah, just to give some background, because we dealt with Ridge Road the last term of council. So there were open houses predominantly centered in Ridgeway. I don't know how many people outside of Ridgeway or the BIA district attended because it was Ridgeway centric, but it was ideas born of the community members there and the business owners there that ultimately led to the plan that council did endorse, because it was what Ridgeway had wanted, and that's what we gave Ridgeway at the time. But I do think if there's anything on a smaller scale, I mean, you can't really at this point, if this goes forward, suggest that we don't do the work on Jarvis, let's move that to Dufferin. That's not going to happen, but if there's some detail elements or design elements or something you think could be shifted, I still believe that's well within the context of what could happen between now and when it gets done. And Councilor McDermott could very much have those conversations between planning and the Bridgeburg BIA if you have some great ideas and weren't able to make one of the open houses. Oh.
I'm sure you have all kinds of great ideas, but maybe not on this point. Any further questions or comments? Mr. Cookett, I just want to touch on what appears at the bottom of page 4 of the report under comments from relevant departments. And you seem to have some concerns. This is a project that, as I understand it, isn't on the 10-year capital works plan, on the one hand. On the other hand, isn't the predicament that if this type of project doesn't get itself into a position where it's shovel-ready, that it'll never get dealt with?
To you, excuse me, to you, Your Worship. A couple points here. I did make comments in the report regarding the use of the reserves for a project of this magnitude. This project came about in 2018. We did some cost sharing with the BIA to do the preliminary concept plans, which Councillor Butler was just referring to. So it hasn't been part of our budget forecast. So now we're utilizing reserves that we would have typically set aside for projects that are in the forecast. So that being said, now something that was in our 10-year plan will have to get pushed out because we don't have the monies there. We build up our reserves, we do a major project, and then we build up our reserves again. So that's one of my concerns. The other concern, and I have two others, one is having the staff to push this project through. So right now, our staff is extremely busy with the 2018 capital budget program. So now we're throwing another major project at them, and I'm not sure how they're going to actually tackle this. So my suggestion would be that we put this in the 2019 budget. We can forecast it properly and allocate the proper staff. Now, I know what everyone's thinking is, well, we need these shelf-ready projects. We can still have a shelf-ready project if this project was tackled in 2019. We do have a project that we're working on right now, though, which is Lakeside, that we're trying to complete the design. In the event there's any funding available, that's our shelf-ready project. So that was my concern, that we've added to our program a $6.4 million project that we hadn't forecasted in our 10-year plan.
I'm going to surmise that part of the concern here is that if this doesn't get moving forward now, aside from the fact that we wouldn't be able to tap into federal or provincial funding that might become available for this type of project, there'd also be the concern that there's no guarantees that the next council may see this as important as members of this council feel. So I think that's a response to your thinking there. But with respect to the road refurbishing reserve, and this could be answered either by you, Mr. Cookett, or Mr. Jansen, can this fund be, are there not mechanisms by which we could replenish the reduction in that reserve relative to this particular project in the 2019 budget in some fashion?
We absolutely could. We could increase the reserve contribution in 2019 to offset this number here. Not a big deal. It just means that one of two things: you increase your tax levy, or you don't put as much into another reserve.
Right, I get that. I certainly think we're all sympathetic to Councillor Zanko's concerns about the roads, and this council has allocated significant sums of money over the past several years, and I think that started even in the council prior to that. In any event, Mr. Jansen, did you have any comments that you wanted to make other than what you've already added in response to Councillor Zanko's questions?
The CAO and I did share some of those same concerns that were in the report. I did mention earlier, of course, that our reserves are being used at a rapid pace, particularly this year. And I would also just note that even though it's not in the 10-year forecast, a lot of these projects, what our existing asset management plan and what the next our updated asset management plan that'll be completed over the next year will identify is much of the longer term needs that our reserves are going to have to increase to deal with. So, for example, when you look at our current asset management plan in the 30-year range, beyond the 10-year range, there's significant requirements that we need to build these reserves towards. So that goes beyond just managing even the 10 years. It's much more of a long-term horizon.
Well, I can't help but think that anybody that's familiar with Jarvis Street wouldn't come to the conclusion that there's a need for some work down there. So that whether it's on the 10-year forecast or something further, I would think that there's some time frame within which this work would fall. And I would presume, and Mr. Jansen, you can help me on this, that the next report, which deals with a grant from the Ontario Main Street Revitalization Initiative, probably was another one of the items that helped move this forward.
You're correct. The Federation of Canadian Municipalities, the grant program funding for $56,000, it's a small component of the overall project that we're looking at, but it certainly is any help is welcome.
Right, okay. Thank you. Councillor Nutt?
Thank you, Your Worship. I'd like to put forward a motion to extend council to 10:30 p.m.
That's a terrible idea. So you've moved that. Is there a seconder? Counselor Butler, obviously. All those in favor? That is carried. Okay. Anything further, Counselor Nutt? Before I go back to you, Counselor Passero, I think, is there any other counselor that hasn't spoken yet? And I'm going to go to Luberts, and then I'm going to go to Passero, because that's the order in which you last spoke. Counselor
All
Luberts?
right, well, thank you very much for putting me first, Mayor Redekop. Just to,
You're always first in my heart, Counselor.
thank you very much, and I have a special spot for you as well. As a matter of fact, they opened it up for you a couple of weeks ago. So, there you go. Now we're brothers. How do you
Beautiful.
like that? You got to be a Dutchman now. So anyway, just to look at, did we not make a commitment to Bridgeburg through the neighborhood plan and the secondary plan around there? And did we not say, as a council, not us, but the previous council, say, this is where we're headed for Bridgeburg, and we understand that we're going to have to make some investments down there? I guess I could ask.
I don't know that, but maybe Mr. Brady
Did we not?
would be the one who would
Yeah.
be the most familiar. He was.
We do have a secondary, or a
Yes, there is.
neighborhood plan, a secondary plan.
Yep. Counselor, or Mr. Brady?
Certainly, there's been a long process in Bridgeburg which has established that the area is to be revitalized, and there's been some programs in place, some of which have been utilized quite well. And clearly, the people in Bridgeburg and the Bridgeburg BIA look with jealous eyes as what happened in Ridgeway.
Yes, thank you very much, Mr. Brady. So I understand that this plan wasn't in the 10-year forecast, but I would have to question, why wasn't something in the 10-year forecast? We put the plans together, and and I get the whole fact, but just looking back at the motion that we approved a few minutes ago with the audited statements, we had a surplus of 1.6 million. Can we shuffle some of that around so that we can use some of this in here instead of amending our 2018 budget?
Well, we can't because I suppose we could, but we've already dealt with that report. But the largest amount of that, the 789,000 is already spent.
Yeah.
That was for Bay Beach and for Crystal Ridge Park. So that there's 150 going into road refurbishing, 300 to the fire station amalgamation,
Yeah.
which we just approved, and then 400 going into emergency management. So that pretty well takes care of that. But this at least, if this report is passed, this at least gets the thing moving forward.
That's the whole idea, and I understand 10-year forecast, and we're worried, but I also understand as a counselor at the last council, the last term of council, and now this term of council, I don't know that we have done very much in debentures, which we can consider when we get into this project as well. As far as I know, our debentures are very low, so we're in pretty good shape if it gets to the point where we would have to borrow some money to move forward with this project. I look at the whole town. We just invested how many millions in Bay Beach? And, I appreciate that council approved a $300,000 cost overrun, just like that. No questions asked. And now we got Bridgeburg and we got some concerns. We shouldn't have concerns. This is our town. We need to go each section of this town and everybody gets their share. And at some point, somebody's going to get more than what everybody else is getting. But that's the way we have to do it. And I don't have a problem with moving forward with this project. And I don't think that future councils are going to stop it. I think the next council, whichever way it's made up, will say, yes, we need to make investments in Bridgewater or Bridgeburg. Let's take a look at the investments that are already being made there by the private sector. And we need to show that we support our local residents in the private sector as well. So I'm in full support of this report.
Thank you, Councilor Luberts. Councilor Passero.
Thank you, Worship. Regardless of where this goes this evening, I think the one thing that was brought up is the condition of our roads. And not this year, not next year, not 5 years from now will we ever have enough money cobbled together to get the roads the way they should be and the way that the residents expect. But when opportunities come up, I think we need to be cognizant. Is it an overall priority? And we look to where we can get those dollars, and if they're available and we can siphon them in, we do it in order to get something done longer term. And if we approve this tonight, it doesn't necessarily mean that this happens in 3 years or 5 years. Ridgeway was on the shelf for 12 years. And when the funding was announced, we only had 2 projects that qualified, that we had designs done for. One was Ridge Road and one was the skateboard park. And we had to cobble together funds very quickly, and I believe Ridge Road did include some debenture funding just to make it happen and make sure that we could take advantage of it. But if we didn't get through this step, we would have never been able to have those conversations. The difficulty, when I look at Crescent Park, and it is my second residence, is the fact that a lot of the money that we've sunk into Crescent Park, unfortunately, has been money that people can't see. It's been into the stormwater, into the drainage. Millions and millions and millions of dollars has gone in there. To Councillor Zanko's absolute credit that she keeps fighting for those dollars, the problem is that people don't see it on a daily basis. And people don't like it when their tax dollars are spent on things that are seen, that can't be seen, can't be touched, but it's in the ground. And now we're starting to look at roads like Lakeside. And once again, to Councillor Zanko's credit, she convinced this council to advance funds to get that done. And I would hope that the next term of council, we as a council look towards the roads in Crescent Park, because to me, those along with Thunder Bay are probably the 2 areas. Councillor Nutt similarly, but more of a rural area. But sections of Thunder Bay Ridgeway that they're growing, Crescent Park that's always been built out, those urban areas where our roads are definitely not where we need them to be. Staff would love to pave every road in town if they could, if we gave them the money. So we have to be cognizant about where we're going on that front, but I don't think that should prevent us from also taking advantage of opportunities like this that come along. If I could, Your Worship, for another 30 seconds. This has happened very quickly. And that's to Councillor McDermott's credit. When I was the Ward 1 councillor, we had a lot of internal issues with the Bridgeburg BIA. We made a lot of tough decisions. That freed up some money to attract some new members to the board, to get things like this rolling where there is some cost share. They put some money where their mouth is as far as to get this process going. And I think you now have a committed group of people down there willing to see this through. And you are starting to see those changes. Our waterfront plan speaks of money being spent at the coal docks for revitalization. Based on what's happened there the last couple of months, that may or may not ever happen. So this may be the only chance we have to kind of inject Bridgeburg with this type of capital dollars. So I wouldn't expect, to be honest with you, Councillor Zanko to vote any way other than no to this, because that's the pressure that she's facing, and I would fully respect that. But her residents need to know how much she is fighting. The problem is most of the dollars going to Ward 3 right now, you can't touch. And I would hate to see that people ever play this out as roads versus something else, because it's not. It's tough dealing with priorities, but Councillor Zanko needs to keep doing what she's doing and fighting for her residents, and she's been doing a great job so far. Thank you, Your Worship.
Any other councillors? All those in favor of the resolution? Opposed? That is carried. That takes us then to the next report, and Councillor Butler, you have the resolution for that.
Yes, thank you, Your Worship. Moved by myself, seconded by Councillor McDermott, PDS-41-2018, Ontario Main Street Revitalization Initiative Municipal Funding Agreement, that Council accepts the Ontario's Main Street Revitalization Initiative funding of $56,756.09 for the purpose of implementing the streetscape plan for the Bridgeburg Business District, and further, that Council authorizes the Mayor and Clerk to execute the municipal funding agreement with the Association of Municipalities of Ontario, AMO, for the receipt of $56,756.09 of the Ontario's Main Street Revitalization Initiative funds, and further, that a bylaw be submitted to Council authorizing the Mayor and Clerk to execute the municipal funding agreement.
Are there any questions or comments? All those in favor? None opposed, that is carried. Are there any notices of motion this evening? Counselor Butler?
Thank you, Your Worship. I'm hoping that we can waive the rules of procedures to consider the motion without notice this evening, but this is in regards to the marijuana grow up on the Garrison. And I'd like to ask council to, I'd like to ask to reinstate approval of the site plan and site plan agreement to be brought back to council for approvals.
You're talking about, what? Marijuana grow up?
The
on-
marijuana grow up on the Garrison Road?
I don't, that's coming completely out of the blue. I don't think I'm prepared to entertain waiving the rules on that.
Mr. Brady can explain it, but I have a group of, this is the grow up that we were talking about with the residents with respect to runoff waters and contaminating their well water systems. And I'm hoping that Mr. Brady can jump in here and
So let's do
give
the,
us a little bit
let's do
more.
the first step, the notice of motion. What is the wording of the notice of motion?
The wording for the notice of motion would be to reinstate the approval of the site plan and site plan agreements to be brought back to council for approvals in the stages.
Okay, well, that's sufficiently obtuse that I can't follow that, but let's go to Mr. Brady. What is it that,
If I
what is
might,
it that we're trying to accomplish, Mr. Brady?
what I believe Councillor Butler would like to do is for this particular project, which is, all it requires is a site plan and a site plan agreement for the a marijuana operation, which council was given notice a while ago that we've received the site plan for this. It's sat dormant for a while. We've now had a second submission of that site plan, and it still has a little bit to go, but nonetheless, it's been in. So Councillor Butler would like to have the approval for that site plan and site plan agreement within the context of council, as opposed to it be my approval. In that way, not only does council have the opportunity to make that decision, but also that when that decision is before council, if people wish to, they can approach council and provide their direct input to council on that matter.
Okay, so as I understand it then, this is the review of a site plan that Councillor Butler would like council to be responsible for and not just staff.
Correct.
Okay, so here's why you can give the notice of motion and it can be returnable next month. But here's why I'm going to rule that I don't think it's appropriate to waive the rules tonight. That is, none of us have a clue about what you're talking about. We don't, so why would we, so I'm not going to permit a motion to be dealt with this evening on which none of us have any background information. This is the first I've heard of it. I don't know if any other counselor is aware of what's going on, but, beg your pardon? Yeah. Okay, but now we're being asked to approve or disapprove it. And tonight?
No,
Right, and you want council to be able to approve this and, right. So if you put this on the floor as a notice of motion tonight, nothing's gonna happen. Mr. Brady. Right. You're gonna put this notice of motion on the floor, and that's gonna stop the clock.
If the notice of motion is put on the floor this evening, I can assure you that I will not be signing the site plan until such time as I receive direction from
Right,
council.
because now he's on, now the planner is on notice that council wants to contemplate whether we should be approving the site plan as opposed to him. So it would be very risky and irresponsible for the planner to move forward. Okay, so you've given notice of motion. Can you give the address again of the property? Mr. Brady, the address of the property?
I don't have it in front of me. I'm sorry, I don't have it in front of me either. It's referred to as on Garrison. What if it's, I think it might be helpful if a memo be sent to mayor and council in the next few days with a little bit of background on this, including its address. And then that information will be before you well in advance of any decision that you have to make.
That will be returnable July the 19th. And I think many of us share the concern. So Mr. Brady has indicated that he will not be processing anything until we have a chance to deal with this. Okay, any other motions, notices of motion? Councillor Luberts?
Is Councillor Butler's notice of motion being withdrawn?
No, she's given us notice of motion that she would like site plan approval for this particular site plan to be reinstated to council. And we will deal with that motion on July the 16th.
Yes, so we have to, first we have to allow her to waive the rules of procedure properly.
No, she's giving notice of motion. She's giving notice of motion.
Notice of motion, okay, all right.
Any other notices? If not, then let's go to consideration of bylaws. Are there any bylaws that anyone wishes removed from the package? And you'll note that there's a new bylaw pursuant to that addendum, and that's bylaw 84. If not, Councillor Nutt, would you proceed with first and second reading, please?
Certainly, Your Worship. Moved by myself, seconded by Councillor Pizarro, that bylaw package containing 79-2018 to deem a certain registered plan of subdivision not be a registered plan of subdivision. Jesse Jakowski, 3990 Erie Road, and 80-2018 to accept and dedicate Parkland, 751 Edgemere Road, Michael Tierney. 81-2018 to assume secondary services in the North Ridge Meadows Subdivision Phase 2, Stage 2, Plan 59M-313, Puppy Hut Limited, Ed Letition. And 82-2018 to establish a Town of Fort Erie Affordable Housing Committee. 83-2018 to provide for drainage works in the Town of Fort Erie for the Winger Road Drain Hydro Culverts. And 84-2018 to authorize the entry into and execution of a grant agreement with the Federation of Canadian Municipalities under the Municipal Asset Management Program is given first and second reading.
All those in favor? None opposed, that is carried. That bylaw package is on the floor for questions or comments. If there are none, then I would ask Councillor Luberts to proceed with third and final reading. You will note that the bylaw with respect to drainage works on Winger Road was for first and second reading only. So please proceed, Councillor Luberts.
Which one is that, sir?
That's not on your list. That's
Huh?
why there's no reference to 83.
Oh, all right, okay. We end at 83?
No, there's an 84. That's why there's a gap.
There's 83. 84 is 83.
No. 83 was only for first and second reading, so it won't be on the list for third and final reading, which is what you're providing.
Okay, thank you. Moved by myself and seconded by Councilor McDermott that bylaws number 79-2018, 80, 2018, 81, 2018, 82, 2018, and 84, 2018 are given third and final reading to be signed by the mayor and the clerk under the corporate seal.
Are there any questions or comments? All those in favor? None opposed, that is carried. That takes us to the next resolution, Councillor Butler.
Thank you. Moved by myself, seconded by Councillor McDermott, that bylaw number 85-2018 to confirm the actions of council at its meeting held on June 18th, 2018 is given first and second reading.
All those in favor? None opposed, that is carried. Councillor Luberts, back to you. Third and final reading for the confirmatory bylaw.
Yes, thank you very much, Mayor Redekop. Moved by myself and seconded by Councilor McDermott that bylaw number 85-2018 is given third and final reading to be signed by the mayor and the clerk under the corporate seal.
Are there any questions or comments? All those in favor? None opposed, that is carried. Scheduling of meetings. Counselor Pacero?
The Fort Erie Active Transportation Committee is meeting here at Town Hall tomorrow, Tuesday, June 19th, 5:30 PM, Committee Room Number 1.
Counselor Nutt, you had your hand up?
Yes, tomorrow we have the Transportation Steering Committee meeting at the region.
We do, and that's at 9:30. That'd be June the 19th. Any others? Economic Development Corporation meeting on Wednesday, 5 o'clock.
Yes.
Counselor
And
Lewis?
yeah, I have an Environmental Advisory Committee meeting on Wednesday, 5:30. I think it's here in the town hall, where I don't think it's a site visit.
Okay. Any other meetings? If not, then
Thank you, Your Worship.
long last, we arrive at Counselor Nutt.
Yes.
The resolution we've all been waiting for.
That's right. Moved by myself, seconded by Counselor Pacero, that council adjourns at 10:17 PM to reconvene into a regular meeting of council on July 16, 2018.
All those in favor? That is unanimous.